No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, big road, all kinds of. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
We got some?
It's okay. It's okay.
So Myean, up to. Myean.
Tony, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I think we were, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Today is our Thursday edition. We're going to be having a special guest, entirely the leadership of the Liberia National Police, including the Honorable RG, the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police, Honorable Colonel Gregory Coleman. And we're also going to be here with us today, the Deputy RG for Administration, Colonel Moriba. I normally call him FBI trained. That's a way we talked some time back. And that of the Deputy Inspector General for Operations, I think is also Colonel Nelson Freeman. These three very distinguished gentlemen serve for a very protracted period of time with the Liberian National Police, and all of them come with their own level of expertise to bring to bear to the police in terms of that. I'm not going to go into their personal profile, but I just love to inform the public that these are three very distinguished law enforcement officers that have worked with the police for quite some time now, with deep level of understanding and operational experience with that institution. And as a matter of information, you are tuned to the closing argument, and today we're going to have this show live streaming on Facebook, YouTube. It's also going to be live on Kia Radio in Monrovia, and that of Truth FM and other radio stations. And there are other community radio stations across the country that will also simulcast this broadcast. So today we have, and we're going to be looking at particularly the function of the police and what the police have done over the period of time since Gregory Coleman took the matter of authority as the head of that institution along, and what's the relationship between he and his deputy, I mean his able lieutenant, and that of the field officers of the soldiers, those well-regimented police officers that are deployed to do the work of the Liberian people. We also going to pay some focus on the major situation that unfolded in terms of the report that came out that exonerated the suspended Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport. And we also put some time on that and look into the police operation and other things. So without much ado, too many, if we have our guests out, we would like to call to bring them on so we can just run into it. Tonight, the show is going to be, we have these professional people, and we ought to focus basically on the level of professionalism. We will hope to push to most of our panelists that will be coming on the show to join us. We ought to respect the police chief and his two deputies that are going to be with us for the next probably an hour, 30 minutes. We're going to look into straight the operation of the police, and everything should be done in the line of and ethical interactions and more professionally way we should engage and the rest of that. So we will be very pleased to bring on board on the platform tonight Inspector General Gregory Coleman and his two deputies, Colonel Moriba and that of Colonel Freeman. Are we there?
Yes. Myean?
Okay. Yeah. I think now we have Colonel, the Inspector General and his two Mr. Inspector General, before I can go, I just want to say again, welcome to you and your able lieutenants. Before we can start the show, I've started looking here at the function of the Liberian National Police. It's basically meant for to maintain public order and safety. We know that. We want to be very pleased this evening to welcome you, Mr. Inspector General, and your two very energetic deputies. I see both of them beaming with smiles, and you're in the middle there. Seems to be well protected. Welcome, Mr. Inspector General.
Thank you, and good evening to all.
Yes, thank you. But before I can move over to Tomalin George, Mr. Inspector General, we just want to take this time to say thank you for coming on, and we appreciate you taking your time. We know that the police, as a police chief, you are extraordinarily engaged with very keen tasks in maintaining law and order in the country, particularly your deputy for operation and that of the deputy for administration, like keeping administrative business going, and the operation man keeping operational activity going. You yourself commending the two on a day-to-day basis. So we want to say thank you for taking this time to come on the show. But before we can kick him to bring Tomalin in, I just want you to tell us, Mr. Inspector General, what is the current status of the Liberian National Police? Haji Kuma, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Did you get my question just now?
Well, we got disconnected for a good bit.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was just saying. I said thank you. We know that you are very pressed with time, and you're there trying to steer the affairs of the police and all that. I just want to know from you before we can kick this whole thing. What's the current state of affairs, the status of the Liberian National Police operationally?
Well, thank you for the question, and Happy New Year to all. The Liberia National Police, we are currently strengthened at over 5,000 sworn officers, operational capabilities at its operational strength to a point where we are able to respond to major issues, logistical capacity, operationally acceptable. However, it needs to be beefed up. This year, we're hoping to increase our numbers to improve our police to citizen ratio. Hopefully, if all goes well, we should be adding on additional 1,000 officers this year, and that will continue over the next 4 years to be able to get us close enough to internationally acceptable police per citizen ratio. There's always a need for more training, more logistics, but at least we're at a point where we're serving the people, doing as much as we can based on what we have and what is available. Assessing our readiness and preparedness, I want to first and foremost extend sincere thanks and appreciation to each and every member of the organization for going above and beyond the call of duty to work extra hours to just make sure that our service delivery is improved, and that we're continuing to connect with the people and serve as per their expectation. Thank you.
Judge, I would love for you to come in on just quickly.
Thanks again, Honorable IG and your deputies for appearing on our platform. It's a privilege to have you guys on our platform today. Because of time, we'll go straight to our questions. I just what are some of the achievements of the Liberian National Police since you took over? What are the plans to train or hire more police? Look at it.
Well, I just reviewed the plan to train, which has to do with improving our police to citizen ratio. We're overstretched at this point in time. We have about 1 officer to 1,100 plus civilians. And in some areas, based on the deployment, that number goes as high as 1 to 3,500. So yes, there is a need to train. So we have made a case to government, and hopefully by July, we should start to train additional 1,000 officers, and that could go on for the next 4 years so that we can build up the strength. Our attrition rate is it's about 10% per year. More so between now and 2029, we're going to have a good number of, we have an aging police force. So there's always a need to add on. So we're working on that. As far as the achievements are concerned, I would like to pass it on to the Deputy Inspector General for Administration first, and then on to the Deputy for Operations. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Chief. Mr. George, you were asking about our achievement. Say he took over, right?
Yes.
So let me start with 2024. You know, the IG being very innovative, he decided to bring a reform and a transformation of the Liberia National Police. So he decided to get us to buy into his vision. And you know, we being as deputy, we are just there to support his vision. So over the years, like in 2024, because he wanted to professionalize the force or the service, because we are a different force now, he brought in one of the most successful law enforcement personnel in the world, Chief Rondo from Minnesota, the guy who handled the George Floyd case in the US. He came and ran a leadership seminar for us at the LMP for all our leadership, and that was very successful. And he did a baseline survey also for the LMP to see where we are and where we can move from. So based on those surveys that were done, in 2025, we started rolling it out. As I speak to you, we have 45 students at the Canadian University College, because we have decided to improve and build the capacity of our officers. So we have this relationship with Canadian University College, and we also have the same relationship with AMU. So as I speak, we have 45 students that are on Cuttington. We have 10 at AMU. So this is an exchange program that we have with these universities, so that these students that are doing criminal justice at AMU will come and do a internship at our institution, and also we also go to their schools, and we are also be able to secure funding for construction of a model police station at Cuttington, so that while these people are on campus doing both academic to be able to do police science, we also be able to secure funding for additional 19 vehicles. You know, recently we got some vehicles that just came in, some logistics vehicles that just came, not the one that came from the Chinese, the motorbike and the radios, but high standard vehicles, Land Cruiser and so forth. We got 11 pieces, and we are expecting additional 9 pieces to boost our capacity with regard to response time. And we are also secure funding for the renovation of the police barrack. I don't know when last you saw the police barrack, Tomalin, because if you see the barrack for the past 6 years, they have been very, very dilapidated. And that the IG, in his magnanimity, he has been able to secure funding for the renovation of the police barrack, and as well as the Women and Children building that is right behind us here. That building was built by the Norwegian government during the reform process. It has been there for a very long time. It's leaking, and we have been able to secure funding. And last year, we were able to deploy 290 police officers in the leeward counties. You know, Monrovia is the epicenter. Let's say Montserrat is the epicenter of everything in Liberia. So, like, because there's a lot of migration in Monrovia, Montserrat County, we have more men here. So, the IG in its wisdom, when we had this class 46 that we inherited from the previous regime, that were not on payroll, that we fought hard to put on payroll, we decided to deploy them into the leeward counties. And we deployed 290 officers with hardship allowance. Each of them was getting $450 US per officer. Why did we do it? We did that because most of the officers that keep the time away, they don't come from the counties. And deploying somebody into the counties, you got to give them some incentives so we will start up. So that's what we did. And that as we go through the discussion, we'll even be asking for maybe more budget for the LNP so that we'll be able to take out officers in the leeward counties because there are no housing facilities. And it's just another problem for us when we deploy officers, because if you deploy the men in the leeward counties and they are not from those counties, we have a problem. They will not stay in those counties. So as the IG spoke in his opening statement, we need to do recruitment, and those recruitment that we want to do, we want to go into the leeward counties and do the recruitment from the leeward counties. So when we come to time and have them trained, they will send it back into the leeward counties where we don't have too much problem with accommodation and how to settle themselves in those counties. And that we also have small problem with infrastructure. It might interest you to know that we have some structures that we are renting as police stations in Montserrat County and also in the leeward counties. But knock on wood, we have some goodwill from some representatives like Boswell from Grand Bassa County. He has decided to build a station for us in his district. Representative Ruby Barry from Montserrat District 1. She too is building one in Louisiana. Priscilla Cooper just came in. She made her IGP. She said she wants to build a station.
Honorable Priscilla Cooper.
Honorable Priscilla Cooper, sorry.
Yeah.
Honorable Priscilla Cooper. District number 5. She want to build one somewhere around at the intersection of the police academy back road and Boulevard. So we got some goodwill. In recent time, one of our stations got burned in the Jacobdown area for electrical shock. So the community members came and called on 102, who is a director for operations, that they want to help build our station. I think it was just 2 days we met with the people, right?
Yes, sir.
We met with them. The community chair and all of the members came. They asked if they want to build a station for us, and because of the good work that the Kamara is doing in the area, so we told him, "Oh, that's a very good idea," because I mean that shows that people have something in the police in our community, and they said yes. So we told them to do a letter to the IGP to get them to go ahead. So there are a lot of even though we have some challenges, but we are still coping with it. And that like the IG said, we have a strength of 5,469, and we have a female ratio of 21%. You know, this whole gender issue is going on around in the world. We're trying to build our female capacity to maybe 30%. And as I speak, we have 21%, and that we have put more effort in community policing, and we have also tried to empower our gender unit. The IG just approved of a proposal for the gender section, wherein we are going to have a gender task force. So what this gender task force will be doing will be responsible for monitoring and implementing all gender-related activities that will come out in the system. So I will maybe pause a little bit. Maybe other questions may come, so that we can continue with the discussion. But 102 can take it from there.
Thank you.
It's an honor to be on this big platform this evening.
Sorry, 1 or 2 before you continue, because we will spend more time with the IG and he as he swapped it. So at least sometimes in responding, you take at least 2 minutes, then from there we go to IG. If IG share, you take the 2 minutes. But we want to tag a lot of things because we only got you guys for at least an hour and a half. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to be on this very huge platform. I mean, it's an honor for us. So we will try to be as brief as possible, and that will be contingent on the kind of question that will be asked. Because if you ask us for our achievement, I think it's just fair enough for us to tell you exactly. We're not trying to blow our horn here, but it's just fair enough to tell you exactly what we've done thus far.
Go ahead.
So let me start with taking over. When we took over from the Konomolba has spoken about a lot of them already, so I wouldn't have to go back to them. When we took over from the turnover note, we received less than 10 functional vehicles, and that meant most of the police zones and counties, almost, if not all of them, did not have a single vehicle. So police response was an issue. We've managed through donor partners and central government to at least equip 9 of the 11 zones in Monrovia with police marked vehicles. Some of the counties has also benefited from that. I mean, that has enhanced our ability to adequately respond in time, thereby building public trust. We also strengthened the Professional Standard Division. Professional Standard Division is that department responsible to hold police officers accountable for inimical acts or acts that are in contrast to what our ethics are. And there was a massive renovation when we took over. That building was in a dilapidated state. In fact, the offices were all closed because it was leaking. We did not just concentrate on the physical structure, but we managed to decentralize it and then and empower them. And a lot of complaints have started to come in, and they're being investigated, and the outcomes are weekly published on our page, so as the public can know exactly what actions we are taking, and that has also helped to build the public confidence. From the stats available to us, there has been a massive reduction in violent crimes. What we're still very challenged with is vehicular accidents. As a matter of fact, just this morning we had an issue where 2 persons violent crime has reduced considerably, but our problem right now is the vehicular issues, vehicular accidents, homicide for vehicular related, and we're trying to see how in the first quarter of this year we can start some massive campaign with road users and motorists to see how we can also handle that. Police visibility has improved greatly. You are a witness to that. During the festive season, I think we saw almost in every street corner there was a police motorcycle or police officers were everywhere. We intend to improve on that and make sure that police presence will be fair across the length and breadth, thereby making our citizens to feel safe and deterring would-be criminals. The restriction on the motorcycle movement in our central town and other major areas has also reduced crime considerably. Not just that, where the stats available to us from the medical facility has also proven that there's a serious reduction in two-wheel related accidents. Community policing has been empowered heavily. We're always engaged. We got a fixed schedule moving from community to community. In the wisdom of the RG, we're trying to take it just not from a community policing section, rather to make it a philosophy where every police officer will see themselves as community policing officers. We managed to activate an ambulance service. As we speak, we have one ambulance that is moving 24/7. We are almost in every loop and corner of Monrovia because that's the capability we got right now. So we're delivering services on a 24-hour basis with our ambulance, the single ambulance we got. We don't know how long it's going to survive it because it's just a single car. When the engine starts in the morning, it's off for almost 24 hours. We were across the borders with Sierra Leone the other day. We managed to be a cross-border relationship with our counterparts on that side. considering all the threats we are having up in the Sahel and all the cross-border national crimes that are happening. We're seeing how we can strengthen our relationship with our neighboring countries. We intend to extend it up to Sierra Leone and Guinea, hopefully. But right now, Ivory Coast and Guinea. Right now, we have a communique signed between the Liberian National Police and the Sierra Leone Police Force that is sailing so well. Our presence at the United Nations mission in Sudan has been maintained. Credit to the past administration, they initiated it, but we strengthened it. We've increased the manpower capacity there. Our National Police Training Academy, which is the brain, is the entry point for people getting enrolled into the service, has been strengthened. There's been robust improvement there, the massive infrastructure development. Not just that, as we speak, we got a class of college graduates, a good number of them, right?
80.
About 80 college graduates at the National Police Training Academy, because we think when you strengthen the standards and make sure that you got qualified guys coming in, it's going to enhance the work, and it's going to make sure that public confidence is restored. So that's just a few of them. Since I got just 2 minutes, let me stop there, and as we go ahead and allow we come and we can continue to do.
Yeah, good. The reason why we're going to go back quickly to the RG. Before I can come out, I have a very important question for the RG, but I will allow Fanta to come in for her question, then I will come before I get back to Seleke. So Fanta, please, you got a question for now, this round, to ask the RG.
So before Fanta concludes her question, let me just close up on this issue real quick.
Go ahead.
I think a lot has been covered, but there are some strategic areas that I think I would like to add on. And a key thing that drives the organization is the strategic plan. Over the last year, we were able to complete a strategic plan for the Liberia National Police that would direct its movement from a force to service, focusing on community-oriented policing as the overarching philosophy of the organization going forward. We had at least some income increase because for the first time, government now pays the insurance for the officers, so that pay cut has been that burden has been lifted from them, and there was an additional to the officers at the lower ranks as well. So far, we've had some technological support. We now completed our monitoring room and our cameras are going to be up within the first quarter of this year. We already have some of them running on test right now. We've increased donor engagement and a lot of support. What you're seeing with the Chinese and other support coming through the IDLO, INL project from State Department. Trust and legitimacy have been improved with the citizens, and there's so much more. But we intend to do all we can to improve the service delivery and make sure that we can gain the trust and legitimacy of the Liberian people. Thank you. Fanta?
Yes, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you. As you know, the people have a lot of questions, and especially with the recent happenings, we're desperately looking for some visibility and understanding into your processes. And with that, rape is reported as the #1 crime committed today in the country. However, the conviction rate is around only 2%. So essentially 98% of perpetrators walk free. Now, the justice system will point their finger at the police to say, well, we don't get adequate information and hence we can't process what we don't have. How would you respond to that, considering the current high-profile case, with Peter Von Jolla? Most will also say that is because of political influence that we often see that very low conviction rate. How would you respond to that?
Well, Fanta, thank you. If you will share your details, we can give you the crime statistics for the last few months. I just received it today for the last 3 months. And I don't know where you got your data from about rape being the #1 crime reported in Liberia. I mean, that is way far from what the data is speaking to. We have other crimes that are way higher than the issue of rape, but rape is of the most significant importance that we're dealing with because it's a crime against the person, so we do not take it lightly. So I understand where you're coming from. And everything else, I think, is all people's perception. And like I said this morning, people are entitled to their opinion. But we do not thrive off politics. We do not investigate on the basis of people's social status. When a crime is committed, we look at it on the basis of good evidence and good evidence only. And the issues that, especially the Mr. Bonjala case, we will answer specific questions and tread very carefully. As you all may be aware, that case is before the court for judicial consideration, and it is prohibited from being officially discussed in public spaces until the court renders a decision on it. So if there's something direct about our procedures and stuff that you would like to understand, maybe something wasn't clearly understood as to how it was carried out during our investigation, maybe the case, I mean, we're not going to go there.
Sure. I can, let me follow up for clarification.
Yeah, 30 seconds, please, then we move on.
Sure. Absolutely. So the 2% still stands, and where I got the data from is osac.gov, which reports on, which would gather crimes in various countries, and this is the most recent report. So if you have, or you can lead the public to where you publish your statistics for added transparency, I think that would be very helpful. So if that is inaccurate, we can update ourselves accordingly. And then pertaining the second part of that question, where because of that low number often is due to political interference. So how do you ensure, or what specific safeguards does the LNP use to prevent political interference, especially in such high profile cases?
So you spoke about low prosecution rate because of political interferences as far as rape is concerned. I can tell you here, since we were appointed, we've never gotten a call from any senior government official to try to dictate as to how an investigation is conducted. The political interference you're referring to, I mean, it does not exist here. We do not have that particular issue. Is not one of the challenges that we're faced with. If you're talking about prosecution, I mean, if you're saying this low prosecution rate, that would be something else outside of our reach. But when it comes to the investigating and charging, you can see that. I mean, we investigate, charge where applicable all of the people who commit crime that come within these walls. Whatever happens at the court, from the level of prosecution and the adjudication of the case, I mean, that's in the other areas of the criminal justice system. When it comes to the investigation, we do our best with whatever is available to us to make sure we do proper investigation, void of biases, and forward into court on the basis of good evidence and good evidence only. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So I will hold on a little bit, and I will go to Seleke quickly here. Then I will come to my question. Seleke, you have one question for you at the end. You ask a question at least in the time frame of just a minute, but we are pressed with time. So you are given a minute to ask a question quick to the RD of any of his deputy, please.
Sure. Basically, good to be on the show. Greetings to everybody. Aji, good to be here with you. So you visited us here in Rwanda twice. Seleke from Rwanda, the vice chairman of the Liberian community here. The first meeting we had with you was a town hall meeting recently. Your last visit was kind of impromptu, so we didn't have a lot of time to talk to you. But quite frankly, your guy you destinated to steady affairs of the Liberian, you're doing a great job. So I just wanted to applaud you for designating Leo. Whenever Liberians are involved with crimes, they try to intervene to mitigate some of the issues here. But I hear you speaking about Liberians, there have been some level of trust between the citizens and that of the police. I want to kind of disagree with you when it comes to that, because there are quite recently there've been series of cases before the Liberian National Police, and the way the different cases were handled. There've been public backlash, people questioning the police investigation, um, especially when it comes to the deputy minister from the Ministry of Sport, that was accused of, rape and all of that. So I just wanted to ask you, RG, something similar to what Fanta asked you. What is the police doing to, to do whatever they can do to kind of stay, to be an independent institution, not people, because it's easier for you to come and say nobody's calling you, in higher offices there to manipulate different cases and all of that. But that doesn't mean it's a fact. But how do you manage? What are you doing, RG, to be seen as an independent, organization that is protecting the lives and property of all Liberians?
So the first thing, thank you for complimenting Leo's efforts, and it was nice to meet you all in Rwanda. We're all entitled to free speech, so I guess people can say anything, and it's okay for you to just make a accusation that you believe that when we sit in these official capacity held by the ethics that govern our public service, that we should just stand up and just lie. So I mean, I understand that you may believe that some people.
No, question, just a question.
No. You already said that you differ with.
I said I disagree with that.
Just perception. But that's what it is. But when we stand here and speak, we ain't got no reason to come and try to falsify information or try to manipulate it. We say things as they are. When the police have issues, when the police wrong, we come and tell you all. We investigate ourselves, and we're very transparent with it. The issue of trust, just because few people are not satisfied with how an investigation goes, it doesn't indicate that there's a lack of trust in police. I can tell you that from where we picked up and where we are today, there has been significant improvement. We're not where we want to be. I mean, but the trust level has certainly gone. It has been built up beyond where we met it. So that was my statement. That is a statement of fact. If you check it today, you will find out, yes, the trust level from yesterday and that of today is completely different. But we can do better. We can do more. When it comes to this investigation, like I said, we have to tread carefully. Just as you're talking about political influences, we not sit down and because the public believe that somebody's supposed to be wrong just because of their social status, we would just declare them wrong because everybody's screaming. Do we want to catch criminals? Yes, we do want to. Do we want to solve crimes? Of course. But you have to understand that when people are accused, you have to make sure that you produce evidence. You have to produce facts. You have to be able to connect them to the crime. In this case, with what's his name, the deputy minister, Brian McGill, there was thorough investigation done. We were as transparent as we could be with the public. We kept updating people. It was not just the police. It was gender. It was the prosecutors and the investigators from police investigating this. There was no connection to the crime. Electronically, every means that we had available to us that we used electronically, it did not put him on the scene. The review of the CCTV footage did not put him there. His call log did not put him there. No witness could put him to attach him to the crime. Moreover, the DNA analysis did not even put him there. So why do you all believe that? I mean, it's because of this man's status. Look, let me tell you one thing. If anybody wants to be reasonable and truthful to themselves, is if this guy was protected by his position when he was suspended from his job, would have given an indication that, okay, now what protected him is gone, so the outcome should definitely change as well. But even after he was suspended, it did not change whatever investigative actions that were being taken. It did not change our outcome. We maintained the investigation, looking for facts, looking for evidence. When it reached to the point where, I mean, even the DNA could not put him on the scene, we exonerated him. If there are new pieces of evidence that come forth, definitely Mr. Maggie will be called again, but for now, he's exonerated from the investigation. The case remains open. We're still trying to identify the male DNA that was on the victim's clothes. Who is this? Who does this DNA belong to? Who is this male? And that's where the cooperation of the family and the legal counsel is very, very important, because we still need to talk to the girl. We need to ask her some difficult questions. As much as she's a victim, we need these questions answered so that we can get past it and bring the perpetrator to justice. But I can't. It's unfortunate. I can't change people's minds as to what they believe, what they think, what they feel. But we can just put out as much information as we can on the basis of the fact associated with this particular investigation. I think we've done that, and we've done it quite well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajib. If I can go quickly to Safa and then Dr. Peabody. I just want to make a follow-up on that question quickly if you use the time. The counsel to the family, I think he's announced that he's the counsel to the girl, the victim father, to the family also. He just came out recently. I think he wrote a letter out of that communication came to you asking that he needed details about this DNA report. He needed to know every facet of the investigative process that went on. He needed a detailed report to the Liberian people, as he termed it. Do you care, Aji, to tell us where did you conduct this DNA, and how did if it was done outside of Liberia, how did the preservation of the whole DNA process unfolded? Because folks are now concerned about this whole DNA results. We know very well in terms of the other investigative report that was conducted by your institution, it was done in a country. But the DNA, there's also speculation that it was outside of the country. Do you mind telling us where the DNA was actually conducted?
So let's kill the speculation. I mean, because from day one, we mentioned to you all that we did not have the capabilities available in the country. And we're reaching out to international partners. We wrote the Ghanaian government, we wrote the US government. We waited for response for a very long time. We did not get a favorable response. Then we went on to Rwanda. We went back and forth. The Rwanda Forensic Institute finally accepted. We had to go through a long legal process to sign an MOU as per the protection of a specimen back and forth, and the transportation of it as well, before we could even get forward to send this sample. So it was sent to Rwanda, the analysis was done, and the results were sent back to Liberia.
Excellent. Then I will take this time. Safa, you've been you just joined us a while ago or so, but we have today the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police and his two able deputies, Colonel Moruba and that of Colonel Nelson Freeman. The three gentlemen are here with the closing argument tonight, and this show is being streamed live on Facebook, on YouTube, and that of Kia Radio in Monrovia, and that of Truth FM and the 2FM Communication Network also, and it's also been simulcast on a lot of community radio across the country. So I will now give you at least 1 minute to ask one question for this round to the RD or any of his two deputies.
Well, good evening, Mr. IG and two able deputies. Well, Deputy Freeman and Deputy Moruba, good evening, gentlemen. I got a question that doesn't pertain to this case, and that pertaining to having Liberia National Police Station at concession area. I think it's something you inherited. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but can you give us a background? Why do we have Liberia National Police Station at concession area, and how long are they going to be there? Because for some of us that grew up in concession area, we knew that these concession companies had their own security company. So I don't know what's the reason of us having Liberia National Police Station full-time at concession area. Thank you.
Sir, if I may ask, which concession area did you grow up in?
I grew up in Yekepa, Lamco.
Lamco. So that means you remember the PPD, right?
No, the PPF.
And the PPF. In the nice gray uniform with a firearm and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So before the war, those structures were properly in place, well trained, authorized to carry firearm and provide support that was needed. Since the war ended, we have not reached a point where private security are authorized to that extent to provide that level of security that the likes of PPF provided before the war. And more so, there's just been a lot of tension in these areas that requires regular police intervention. So the deployment in these concession areas are not just meant for the protection of the concession company. It's meant for the protection of the citizens in that area as well. It helps to support rapid deployment when issues arise in these areas. Take, for example, our closest deployment to the Yekepa major police support deployment is at the regional hub in Banga. So if an incident occurs, we have people responding all the way from Banga to go up towards Nimba and on towards the southeast. So these deployments are strategic. They help us to respond in real time to situations in those areas. We provide support for the local communities and also protection for the investment, for these different investments as well. When we reach the point where these companies are able to rebuild their security departments to a point where they can provide similar service to what the police is providing for them, we will be out of there. We don't want to be there. The police is overstretched. When the war ended, I think the police, after the UN whole restructure and reform, when the drawdown was happening, the police was the most ready unit to basically replace the boots on the ground from UNMIL. So all the areas that you had the UNMIL soldiers covering, these critical infrastructure and stuff, the police had to go in and cover those areas. As a result, it has given us way more responsibility and has taken away a lot from our strength to do our everyday regular patrol. We don't want to be there. It's our hope that capacities can be built and then we can withdraw those people and put them in other areas where they can provide more support. But I'll turn it over to the Deputy Inspector General for Operations. I'm sure he has something else to add to it.
Okay, Brother Dix, it's good to hear your question. And it's also important to measure that because the police are there doesn't mean that the security structures are not there. So, for example, Yekepa, where you grew up, I've got SIGA. SIGA is the contractor security that is, they don't have the full capacity like the RG said we want to respond to extreme emergency situations, but they're there. So we just got a representation of the police service. You know, Yekepa Kemfo, while growing up, you know, there was always a police depot, and that police depot remained there up to present, but they're not armed carriers. So they don't necessarily have the capability to be able to respond to high-risk situation, and that's some of the reasons why we got them there. From Banga, where we got the regional hub, up to Yekepa, as far as Sanikule and the rest of Nimba County on the other side. I mean, if there are situations that very team up there is responsible to respond. Like the RG said, we're overstretched. I'm not sure. I mean, that's where we want to be, but again, these are critical infrastructures and they got to be protected. I mean, so those are just some of the reasons why we're out there. We hope and pray that when the capacities are built to adequately man these facilities, then we can come back and concentrate on our core functions.
Thank you, Colonel Freeman. Dr. Peabody.
Thank you very much. Thank you, just a minute, people. I mean, that's the best answer I've gotten from this whole situation in the last 10 years. And I would say thanks for giving the clarification. I hope the people that are listening will understand why it's happening. Thank you.
Trust me, somebody else will come back with a question and flip it in another way. I've been answering it for the last I don't know how many years. But look, it's even way worse. It's even way worse than what I'm explaining to you. You have I remember in 2005 when the war ended, the PPD in Firestone, they were being attacked. They were wasting acid on the PPD officers. So the officers could the entire farm, they could not even go on it. They had to send for national police. I was deployed there for a while. In Yekepa, a female officer serving on duty was attacked and raped. Her colleagues could not even respond. So these are some of the issues why the police had to step up to be able to provide the support. I mean, we just providing needed support, my brother. That's what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Aji. And as we have to confront to changing time. I was in the war. We got some very aggressive criminals and the rest of that. So you need to fire for fire. Basically, the police will counter those kind of a thing adequately and in a more forceful manner. Dr. Peabody, we'll not give you the time to speak to the Aji and his able deputies.
Honorable Aji, it's good to see you, and welcome to the closing acumen.
Thank you.
My question is twofold, but firstly, let me begin by applauding you guys by taking the step that you took in ensuring that DNA was sent to another lab outside the country, and you got a result. At least you have something that you can convey to Liberian people. Not everybody will be convinced, but at least you took that step, and I want to applaud you guys. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Aji. You guys went as far as Rwanda. Let me ask you, the support you get from this government, are you satisfied? And secondly, as a police department, do you guys have any plan to have your own lab where major crime will be detected or you taken to at the police station? Because it's somehow embarrassing that every time there's a crime, you guys have to look outside for help. Why can't you guys try to do something at your office to deal with all these crimes? Because I know how challenging it is. People want quick answer, and you have to write people. You have to sign an MOU to get people to agree to send these things. So that's my question to you, sir.
It's an important question.
Thank you. And this same question was asked this morning, and if we had the power and authority, we'll have that lab up and running like almost immediately. We need it like yesterday. I mean, that's not even a question. And the case has been made at the level of the National Security Council, encouraging government that this is a national security investment that must be made. Costing is ongoing. So yes, we are seriously looking into this. But unfortunately, the crime is now waiting for us to get there before it continues. So at this point in time, I mean, we just have to bear the cost. And this is resources that we do not even have. I mean, we have to scrape here and there to provide the resources to be able. It's not free to be able to get this thing there, pay for the testing, everything, and wait for the result. It's my hope that within the not too distant future, this consideration will be made, and we will have that capability here. When I toured the facility at the Rwandan Institute, I mean, they made some serious investment in there. Basically, they got machines that can do almost anything as far as investigation is concerned. And when I asked about the prices of some of the machines, I mean, you're talking about like $1 million plus for one piece of them. But this is not one of those things that you have to look at and say, oh, it's too expensive. The not having it here is way more expensive than the investment that need to be made to get it to get it here. It's that's the way you say it. Always a sad thing for one guilty to be set free than to have an innocent man sent to court. I mean, so we want to exhaust all avenues to make sure that we have everything in place that when we charge someone, we're 100% certain that, I mean, this probable cause that have been established has got linked to this person. So we're hoping that that can happen soon. And as far as the support, government competing priorities are many. It is our hope that we can get a bigger portion of the envelope, because look, this is not our budget. This is the people's budget. I mean, when you come to Liberia, sometimes there are workings of some ministries that you will not need to encounter immediately. But from the second you set your foot on this ground, you need the police. You need the coverage of the police to provide that safety and security. So it's the people's budget, and it's only fair for that investment to be in the people. So we're looking for more support, and we hope that we do get it. We have not seen our numbers yet, but hopefully, when it comes through, we look forward to seeing more support than we had in the last year.
So one quick follow-up, Sylvester. I'm sorry, one quick.
30 seconds, please.
Mr. Director, you guys are fighting crimes in Liberia. How can your men fight crime when they're walking out there with sticks? Any plan to give them like pistol or something like that to protect the country? Because people always take advantage of the police. They don't have any real weapon to fight crime.
Well, we would like to arm the entire police, but realistically, at this point, we can't. We have limited weapons. So whatever we have, I mean, that's what we deploy strategically to make sure we have armed presence in key areas. We have more training coming up. Officers will be prepared. We will be waiting for additional equipment. But for now, I think the officers, even with our weapons, using their community policing strategy and techniques, have been able over the last few years to yet it still provides some level of service and safety for the people. But their bossman is right here, so let him add on to it.
Yeah, Peabody, that's a very salient question, Doc, and I think we actually need to look in that direction. But more so, we're even considering intermediate capabilities. I mean, making sure the guys got stun guns. I mean, the more tear gas, the more non-lethal capability they can even carry. I mean, it's a serious concern. I know from whence you speak, because growing up in Liberia those days, we saw almost every police officer were carrying those silver pistols on their side with the lay rounds and looking so beautiful. I think it's just the constraint that we got, and we hope that in the not too distant future, the support can be forthcoming, and we can make sure our guys are adequately equipped to provide security, not just for members of the community, but for themselves. I mean, officers have to commute to work as early as 4 o'clock. Somebody's coming for rehab. He has to get on the road. He has to come take care of the traffic. He has to come to work. And then, I mean, the risks that are opposed to their own personal well-being is a very serious concern to us. But again, the competing priorities of government is a concern. We all hope and pray that we all can prevail on our lawmakers to start to look in our way, and as far as the national coverage is concerned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly, before I move to Tomalin, then we'll go back to girls. Quickly, I was just trying to push it to the IG, but as Nelson Informant would say, it's better to have 100 guilty person walk free than to have one innocent man punished.
That's right.
In the kind of way. But it's about IG properly. Quickly, please. I just want to say this. Do we still have the, because we can normally see this. The last time I walked in the Liberia National Building headquarters, I saw the forensic department. Do you still have a forensic department?
Well, yes, we do have a forensic department. Officers, we got some officers trained as well that are there.
Okay.
But the tools to work with, I mean, that's a serious challenge at this point in time. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Tomalin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay. This question is to the IG. We're talking about politics in the past, accusing you guys of political influence, but that's why people always say, I hear that. But there's a specific case that comes to mind where this is where we hear most of the critics say in public. During the 4-month speaker saga, when they were arrested, were invited for the arson charge at the police. The critics of the police said that you guys had a motive. You kept the former speaker and his colleagues there for a length of time, only to wait a certain time. By the time it's 5-6 o'clock, to finally order his arrest. And it's alleged that it was through political influence. What do you say to your critics?
Sincerely, George, my critics have a lot of things to say, and I don't have any answer for them because I don't owe them one. But if you all ever do find proof about what they believe and what they think it was, please share it with me, and I will answer to that. But there's absolutely I don't have any knowledge of what you're talking about. The investigation lasted as long as it did. When it reached to the point where they needed to have been charged, they were charged.
So
So they were invited there in the morning.
Look, when you're in charge, you take charge. If even it is an error on the part of the police here, I take full responsibility for it, and it's not directed or dictated by anybody outside of here. In my capacity of Inspector General of Police, I take full responsibility for it. The investigation, I mean, it's not a 1 million, 2 million. That investigation took months and months. And I mean, they were not here every day of the investigation. The investigation had more time with them outside than there were times with them even coming here to answer questions. So the one day that the one last day that is staying a period of time here, going through few questions until they were officially charged. That one day now indicate that it was politically motivated. Gossip. I can respond to gossip, bro.
Thank you. Add you quickly before I go to Fata quickly here. There's this group. I just got a WhatsApp message on my phone. The person is pushing me to push this to you to ask you this, and I will put it the way they send it because they're running they're firing the show also. Is this current police under your leadership a partisan police? And the person went on to say, like I said, the court pushed an order on this issue of the CDC headquarters. And when the court for a stay order, but you still move, you still push your forces to commence the demolition of the CDC, even when the court have instructed a hot order to this whole thing. And you went on to take yellow machines and the rest of the folks to demolish the then headquarters of the CDC. So
the first portion of the question,
yeah,
that was the kind of question I used to
partisan police. Yeah,
that kind of question I used to learn in school. Yes or no, true or false?
Yes.
False. No.
Okay.
Period. That case closed.
Okay.
We're not doing for the court what the court can do for itself. If the court feels that there was a stay order that violated, the court will reach up. The court got sufficient power, so way more power than the police. The court gave an instruction, the police executed it. As of today, I see one document from the court sending to me to say, oh, we issue a stay that you violated. So if for any reason you'll find that document that the court claimed that the IG violated their order, that they told them not to support the sheriff in executing the eviction, then you please give it to me. And let me make something clear. They're not the police who evicted them. The police only supported the sheriff. The sheriff came from the court. So if the court had problem, the court post stay order, the court officer still win. And they carry, or we were just there standing there to support them to make sure that nobody interfered with the exercise of their duty. The police did not break CDC party headquarters down. The police stood there. The police supported the court. When the property owner decided to do what they wanted to do, we stood there, we watched, they carried out, and we provided a safe space for the execution of that order like we would provide for every other enforceable order of the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aji. Fanta, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a pregnant question here for you, IG. The first, I think it's
Fanta, remember, I got two deputies. I'm flanked by two deputies. So if you send it to me, I will stay bouncing to them. So anyway, no problem.
Exactly, it's a team,
That
like
twin,
teamwork.
so we're getting push of the twin.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
sure they can address it. The first question is, of course, expanding capacity is I think is the most crucial right now, just from a citizen perspective. The more police we can have available to address crimes more rapidly, I think the more relief communities can see. What is your current recruitment process? Also, how long does it take to train? I learned that you are focusing on some community policing expansion, but how long does all of that take? Because we have quite a few youth who are unemployed. As we know, the unemployment rate is nearly 60+%. And they will love to join the police and serve their communities. And also, what is the starting salary? That's the first question. The second question is regarding forensics and DNA capabilities. I know that the previous government ordered, I believe, about 4 DNA machines. It arrived in country. And when the police was asked why they were not using it, some of the response words, and you can please Google this is not Fanta saying, that they needed training. They also were calling on friendly nations to help them master these equipments. So I want to know what happened to those DNA machines that were already ordered, that taxpayer dollars already paid for. Are we saying that they're no longer available, or they are no longer viable? And I've also learned that the average DNA machine in the simplest form runs about anywhere from $1,000 to like $5,000. Why is it that we're not just able to start small, so we're able to address some of these cases more efficiently and bring relief to the community in a much rapid manner? And then last thing, can you publish your crime statistics? Because where I got that data was the Overseas Advisory Security Council, which works with the U.S. Embassy, and as I mentioned, in collecting security data of various countries, and it reported that sexual violation or sexual violence crimes, especially against minors, was the most violent crime in Liberia. So that's where I got that. Just
no, okay. So you see that now that's something different. Now that's something different. Like you said, it's the most violent crime against minor. It's not the number one reported crime. First, you said
in
number one reported crime
against minors as well, but in Liberia.
Okay. I agree with that. The most violent crimes against minor in Liberia, but it's not the number one reported crime.
So, most violent crime in Liberia.
And against minor.
No, hold on. Most violent crime in Liberia, and the demographic, the impact of the most are minors.
Yeah. Okay. So that is correct. But when you say the number one crime reported, the most prevalent crime, then it's a different thing. So I agree with that one. So I'll put the recruitment issue to Colonel Mobile, and he can address that. But as far let me just speak to this DNA stuff you spoke about. When you said the previous government ordered DNA machines.
Yeah.
I have not seen one DNA machine in police inventory. I know there were DNA machines at the hospitals and stuff, but there's never been one with the police forensic. Look, the DNA, even if you have the machines, it still requires some level of training and expertise to be able to do the kind of analysis that is required when it comes to criminal investigation. So that is not available to us at this point in time. So that capacity needs to be built. So can we about the recruitment now?
Thank you. Fanta, you talk about unemployed youth in the country. So you're just on track. A few days ago, the IG, in his wisdom, decided to put before the national security so that we have recruitment between now and 2029 to train 1,000 personnel per year up to 2029. That was not in the budget. So as we speak, because of population growth, because of increase in crime, because of manpower shortage, you see our men will wake up 4 in the morning, especially traffic officers, and go to bed 9 in the night. They are overworked. So we need to recruit more people. So we are intending to recruit about 4,000 persons. And how do we want to do it? As I said in my intro, we want to start from the Leeward counties, because we feel that if you recruit from the Leeward counties, after training, you'll be able to send them back into the Leeward counties, and you're going to have no problem of maybe deserting their post or come back to Monrovia. Or like when you train in Monrovia and send them in the Leeward counties, they may not be able to stay there. They want to come back to their families. Like my colleague Nelson always say, we have families. You take a man from here and send him maybe in Grand Crew. He got his wife and children in Monrovia. And that while he's there for the first 2, 3, 4, 5 months, you'll be comfortable. But after that, you want to come back and see his family. So our strategy is to train for the Leeward counties and redeploy in the Leeward counties. And you ask about the starting salary. As I speak, we have there's less than $179 take home for patrol officer. That's
Wait,
the least
please, the number
salary.
again?
179.
Take home.
Take home.
206 is the base.
179.
179. Take home.
206.
Yeah,
how did it go there?
It's minus taxes, right?
Yes. So the salary is 206.
Yes.
After taxes and other deductions, it comes down to about 179.
How is it take home? And how did it go there? So let me just tell you how we went to 179. Before then, we were paying for our own insurance. So last year, we lobbied through the insinuator of the IGP, talked to the finance minister. He said, hey, there's too much burden on our officers. Can government try and pay their insurance? So government agreed and started paying for the insurance. So the money that we were paying for insurance came back to our salary. So that was in a way like an increment for us in salary. So that was one major milestone. But we will recruit, and I think the government has agreed for the recruit 4,000 persons between now and 2029, 1,000 per year.
If I may add, somebody asked what the standards. So the standard, for example, you must be a high school graduate. You must be between the ages of 18 to 35. You must have a good moral standing. That is, you should not have any human rights records. And then that's where the background checks comes in. So we're going to do rigorous background check to make sure, because to become a police officer, of course, you not just anybody can become a police officer. And then the period for training is, I think, 8 to 10 months. Is that correct, or remember?
6 months.
No, 6 months.
6 months or beyond.
6 to 8 months. Because
for basic recruit training.
Field training out of that.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Fanta?
It does partly, and then the crime statistics. Considering that you do have international partners who do gather crime data on Liberia, can the police also gather domestic crime data, right? So, and publish that for transparency and increase public visibility and trust?
Well, I think that we've published some of the data over the last 6 months. I know I just received, like I said, the latest stats, I think, today. So we'll have that published as soon as possible. I think I have one person contact here. As soon as we do, I will share the link as to wherever it is. And we are now trying to get support, civil society support for the Planning and Research Department to help them in putting this data together to provide some support for our analysis and stuff. So this year is going to be better than last year in terms of sharing the stats and generating more report based on data that we're collecting from criminal cases. So we hope that we can have it on a monthly basis. So let's see how it goes. But I think we've made some great progress. Yeah, we shared some data. I know we've been sharing some data back and forth. You will see something from us this week. You'll see. We will share some of the new ones we got this week.
Yeah,
Okay,
that would be really,
thank you.
Just really quickly, then
No, we have to move on further. We'll come to the next page.
Just really quickly, when you do train, do you provide stipends for the trainees during that 6 months period to pay their transportation?
Of course, yes. While on training, you are getting stipend on a monthly basis.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Before I move to Seleke quickly, I'm going to get Robert. Welcome to the show. And a quick question, before I can get to you, I just wanted to remind the two deputies here, because we just spoke of this issue of manpower and deployment. I was just quite recently in two of the major counties, of three, Bum, Lofa, and that of Mark Gibi. And I was there particularly in Salai. Salai alone, I was told we don't have 2 officers in Salai district. Salai district got about 40 towns. Zozo got about 42, 43 towns. I was told we have less than 5 officers in Zozo. No logistic whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever. I think so. It's important that we learn about recruitment from the rural part of the country and other things. we're seeing here the 5 major departments you have. You have administration, you have operation, training, manpower, and the crime services and professional standard. Quickly, Aji, before I go to, I just want you to be quick on this, Aji. Which of these departments, the 5 you have, that is really understaffed and having some operational difficulties with the Liberia National Police currently?
Well, operation is seriously understaffed. CSD is understaffed as well.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, because operations cover the vast majority of the country, and what you're talking about, Sylvester, I mean, when I in my opening, I didn't even lie about it. I told you that when it comes to the police per person ratio,
yes,
I mean, it's nowhere near internationally acceptable numbers. And I told you that because of how skewed the deployments were, sometimes it goes to up to 1 to 4,000, 1 to 3,005 in some areas. If you do it, I mean, from based on the population, you get 1 to about 1,100 plus. But when you look at the deployment in some areas, I mean, that number is as alarming as you've alerted, and that's why this recruitment will be very specific. We are going to be attracting people from those areas where we have low numbers. Once you meet the basic qualification, you'll be given preference to be accepted, brought in, trained, and then redeployed in those areas as well. So we are concerned about it.
Okay, yeah, quickly, because the International Crisis Group is reporting that the ratio is 850 to a person. I mean, 1 police officer to 850 persons, if you will. Quickly, Siddiqui, go ahead.
That's the reason I wanted to recruit.
So that's it,
Siddiqui?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead,
So I hope you can allow me to ask at least 2 questions, please.
No, one question, please.
Everybody been doing that here now. So
no, maybe you make a follow-up. You see, one question is someone
no,
Siddiqui, go ahead, please.
I will answer one question as you wish. So, Aji, I want to go back to this capital building stuff. I know you occupy a very crucial position, and sometimes, you should expect this. But during the saga at the House of Representatives, we saw the police presence there, especially in the chamber where the representative gathered to have a session. And it is my understanding that they have a security there, that should be able to resolve whatsoever back and forth that will be going on. But during that event, we saw police officers beating on members of the minority bloc, and then at the end of the crisis, when the Capitol building got burned down, members of the minority they were arrested, charged, sent to court. Even up to today, they are still facing that trial at the court. And the CDC headquarters stuff, you just, gave us duty about that. But the issue here is that a lot of Liberians, they are not informed about it. They see you as a partisan police. They see you as people who take instruction, because the representative, we had 2 groups back then. We didn't see any of the officers attacking the majority bloc, which was highly supported by the administration or the president. But we saw people beating on minority bloc or lawmakers, and there was no officers being disciplined for doing that. So what can you say about it? My follow-up question would be about implementation. You initiated a very great idea when you came up, I think the first 6 months of your leadership, advising people to wear helmets on motorcycles and all of that, and then restricting the motorcyclists not to go certain part of the city. But now that policy is more like it's not working. People are still, of course, people are still on a majority scale, officer. People are still riding by without helmet, and then motorcyclists still go to the city, and and all of that. So I just wanted some clarity on that. Thank you.
Well, your question is well accepted, and you're claiming that the Capitol building got its own security, and they are responsible to handle anything that goes wrong. Capitol building security got their own limitations. And there are things that are just way above their capabilities of handling. Like when there's a violent outburst, the police would definitely have to intervene. Throughout the impasse at the Capitol, the police were deployed on the outer perimeters of the Capitol. The only time the police went in was when there was a violent situation in there that required police intervention, and we had to respond to it. So when the police went in, anybody you saw the police engaging, they were not in Bible study. They were not sitting and praying, police just came and started beating them. So if you saw the police trying to restore order, those who were violent are those who the police try to calm down and make sure we bring them to a place where order was restored. I don't know about whether to say, oh, the police can be majority or minority lawmaker. The police went and they enforced the law on those who are violating it. So anybody who are violating the law, whether you're minority or you majority or you minority, the police were able to restore order to that particular place. And trust me, after that incident, order was restored.
On the motorcycle issue, when is your next visit to Liberia, Seleke?
Is that important, officer?
Yeah, when you're here, I will take you on a guided tour.
I mean, I want to tell you around. You scared to tell where you coming?
To see what.
No, but I'm here. I'm here to see everything for the country. I don't need to go there.
Where everything you see, we can see everything. You don't wheel outside, you see everything.
Just yesterday.
When I say everything, like I see people riding by with my helmet. Actually, it's a great initiative, RG. That's
the restricted area.
Let me tell you something. Honestly, I mean, if nobody will get a police pat on the back, I will give it to the police. But you know what happened?
I like that.
The people themselves. You know, our thing when we started this initiative with Toya, we said we just starting this enforcement so that we can build a culture of safety for people to be able to understand why this is important for your own life. So yeah, there are a few people who will still violate. You'll see them back and forth, but you're doing it at your own risk, because when we get you in between there, you're doing it at your own very own risk, because that motorcycle, that your daily bread. Go to the area where we designated for you to ride. Go there, at least you can be able to convey passengers back and forth. If you violate, you might pass one or two, but you might meet up with a police officer at some point in time, and the enforcement will be carried out. We don't want to just be running behind people. We want them to do it because it's the right thing to do, because we respect each other and we're concerned about the safety of those who get on our bikes to convey from place to place. We put this restriction in place not because we just don't want to see motorcycles in certain areas. There are a lot of analysis done. And I mean, we can't control their individual behavior. So when they come on the road, you're doing it at your own risk, but we'll get you. You're going to go over yourself. Because definitely you'll be running back and forth to find your money. So you tell that money now to go pay your ticket. The money where you sort of say you're trying to school that you bring out to pay your ticket and stuff where you get your bike back. So I mean, you're doing it at your own risk. And the police, trust me, we want to be running behind people before the next thing you will say, oh, the police hurting people just because the boy riding that motorcycle. They couldn't leave the boy, they were running behind him until he fell down and he broke a foot. So then we also will see them say, let her want to get in trouble. Let him go, let him go with it. But the people got to learn, they got to understand that this is for their own safety and the safety of this place.
Thank you quickly. And we just got. I know your guys saying you have to run. You and the team have to run, but we just feel that you build up for the next, I think, 25 minutes. Then we wrap up. I think maximum 30 minutes. Then we can close it. We have a few of our panelists that join us, and we just want to give them an opportunity.
We give you 10 more minutes. We got the money since 4:30. Since 4:30, I bring up the money.
Let them push it to 20 minutes. 20 minutes, please. 20 minutes.
Please go.
Sylvester Pewee 15.
Please go.
Okay, we'll work within the 15 minutes and do that. So, gentlemen, the RG, and that's one of the reasons why I was trying to cut. And Seleke say insisting you want to go. So, Robert, will come to you. Just came in. We'll give you 1 minute.
You're saying you're taking a lot of time.
I will take a lot of time because I'm presiding. Robert, I'll give you 1 minute quickly to put, because RG said they have to run. So you ask a question, yes, and I will run around, and we be closing up.
Listen, I know the IG has to go, and I think it's very important. And again, Mr. Gregor Coleman, thanks for making yourself available to answer our questions. I'm currently on vacation in Italy, and it was important that I stepped away a little bit to talk to you. Listen, I think I will be hypocritical if I didn't state in your presence what I've stated while you were away from this show. I was a fan, and I really had high hopes when it came to policing in Liberia, especially you being the Inspector General. In fact, I stated that I was one of those who advocated that the CDC-led administration continue with your leadership when they took over after the 2017 election. And I'm hoping that, perhaps as this administration progressed, we will see some of what we believed in you initially. We will see that happen. But I got to say, I think you've performed to some extent to our disappointment. The police, and I know questions have been asked about
Right,
whether or not.
you have 2 minutes to do this, please.
Yeah,
Because we
but
have to
give me.
run around
Yeah, I
time.
know. I'm using
Yeah.
my 2 minutes. I'll use
Okay.
the 2 minutes, Sylvester. But
Okay.
I gotta say this because I took some time to come out and talk to the IG. There've been questions asked about whether or not you are regime police. And I think from all indications and everything we've seen so far, a lot of folks, and I won't call them your critics. I know you don't have much to say about them, but I think I will call folks who have these concerns as Liberians, like patriotic Liberians with serious concerns when they see the way the police has performed. One of your officers was saying, breaking into the vehicle of a lawmaker at the instruction of the then speaker, right? The speaker, elected speaker, wherever it is, right? Officers are under duty obligation to refuse unlawful orders. I was told that an investigation was done, criminal charges were filed, and so forth and so on. And I'm not going to let you answer that question, but I just thought that when you see officers breaking into the vehicle of a lawmaker at the instruction of another lawmaker, and no arrest is done to that lawmaker, I think that's a serious concern. But I want to talk to. I want to ask you this question about the handling of this young lady's case. DNA was done. This person was not arrested, even though I believe there were probable cause, because the biggest of the witnesses identify who abused her. Your office and you admitted that this person was abused. Yet and still, there was no probable cause to arrest this young lady. DNA test has returned to the country. We don't know for a fact whether a DNA was actually done because we have not seen any documentation that a DNA was done. I know that you guys have security reasons why you may not want to release the DNA. But here's my question to you: have you guys share a copy of that DNA results to the victim's family as we speak right now? And can you tell us if by any means a month from now, 2 months from now, do you intend to make the DNA result public? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Uncle Bob. And at this point in time, I want to apologize for disappointing you. Like you say, you really disappointed in my service. So, Uncle Bob, I say sorry for the disappointment. Yes, as you rightfully said, there was no probable cause to arrest the young lady. There was no reason. She was already the victim, so there was no reason for us to arrest her.
No, not arrest
as
her.
far
I'm
as
talking
release,
about arresting
that's what
Brian Miguel.
I'm answering exactly what you said. You had your 2 minutes. You said arrest the young lady. So I'm answering that. Go back, play the tape later on. I listen. I'm taking notes here.
Well, then I misspoke. There was no reason to arrest the young lady.
Okay.
She's the victim. I was talking about Brian Miguel.
Okay. All right. And the investigation is still ongoing. At this point in time, it would be very immature to start to release report when we're still investigating a case. When this investigation is closed, the report will be released to the general public. But for now, We were very, very clear. The investigation is still on, and we cannot do that. So, I mean, if you go to other law enforcement agencies, if that's the practice, you have to share with us. But best practice tell us that, I mean, until the investigation is concluded, I mean, we're not going to be passing around giving pieces of information here and there that could compromise the integrity of it. Thank you.
And Robert, if I may add, if I may add, we try to be as professional as we are. There will be, I mean, human errors. Like the RG will always say, we cannot control the conduct of all 5,000 plus men. What we can do is when you fall short, when your behavior contradicts what our code of ethics call for, you make sure actions are taken. The officer involved who took the lawful instruction, as you say, officers should not be taking lawful instruction. And he was dealt with in accordance with our duty manual. I think he got suspended or whatever the duty manual calls for actions were taken, and those informations were made public. But here's what, I've been here for more than 25 years. And guess what? I used to be called Judy Brown Police. I used to be called Chartelo Police. I used to be called Ellie Johnson Selly Police. Yesterday, people referred to other people as George Weah Police. And we're Buckeye Police today. It's not a strange thing. I mean, Liberia is a different part of the world. When you're doing your job, people will nomenclature you in different ways, but we're not deterred. We remain steadfast, and we'll continue to do what is required of us as law enforcement professionals. We've got reputation to protect. We got our families on the line. We're not going to stay in these uniforms for the rest of our lives. When we retire, we go right back into these communities we came from. So we're very much aware of our own environment, and I mean, our conscience is our guide. Beyond these badges that we wear, it's a heart, and those hearts will not mislead us. We're not going to compromise anybody because of any political reason. We're here to discharge duty without any biases. Thank you.
Can I do a quick 10-second follow-up, please?
No, we don't have the time, Robert. We don't have the time.
10 seconds. Just 10 seconds.
We don't have the time, Robert. Sarah, you on the line. You want to ask one question? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, let me squeeze in my little question here. Honorable IG, I want to say thank you for your service and to our country. I'm sorry I'm now on the show from work, and I took a little break just to ask my question. I want to know from you. I want to share the same disappointment. I'm going to share the same disappointment with Robert because when we look at your profile, it's so great. Or harbor, train, policemen, and with some of the things that the police is doing in our country under your leadership is really disappointing. So my question to you is, even though you guys did not make any arrests and you guys have cleared Brian McGill with regards to the rape issue, isn't it transparency for you to make a copy of that report to the lawyer that is representing the little girl? Number one. Number two, why? How well are you training the police? Because we saw during the Speaker saga when the chairman of CDC was manhandled, even though he had his hands up, but we saw the police maltreated him. How well is the police being trained when it comes to stuff like that? Thank you.
Well, like I said,
quickly before you respond to this, I will let Robert come in with his few point, which is 30 seconds. Then you get everything.
Yeah, just 10 seconds. I think.
Then we'll go to CR5. 10 seconds.
Listen. I mean, let's take this one by one. If you want to give Robert turn, Robert can come in after. Let me just speak. Go
ahead, please. Go ahead.
To her question. Like I said, like I told Robert, the disappointment. I sincerely apologize to you all who are disappointed. However, I mean, we're all entitled to our views. There will always be biases based on where you sit and how you decide to analyze things. Like I said, nobody is entirely wrong. Maybe how you're looking at it, what you're receiving. I mean, it speaks to how you're feeling about what we're doing. But I can tell you what you ought term as disappointment based on what I know, as much information I have, what is available to this particular team to serve the Liberian people. Gentlemen, I want to give you pats on the back. Yes, you guys have done excellently well. We've worked exceedingly hard. We've worked very well based on the circumstances under which we're serving. So everybody can lay down in the comfort of their homes and just decide that the police ain't doing nothing. But at least to a larger extent, we've kept this place safe. When it comes to the training of the officers, look, the budget is a public document. You go there, you read it. Sometimes when you read it and you see what's available, it might inform you even more before you come to ask some of these questions. When you see how much is available for whatever we have to do, then let's come back and have a conversation again. We can talk and answer some of these things. But we're doing exceedingly well. We're working above and beyond based on what we have and what is available to us at this point in time. And we're super proud of each and every member of this organization. When mistakes are made, we go ahead, we make the requisite correction. If an officer goes out and he behaves inappropriately against the law, we turn them over to the professional standards. That's our internal affairs. We conduct investigation. If they're wrong, they are reprimanded. We put the information out there for people to see. So I don't know what else you all really want us to do before you think that we're doing something. But we'll continue to try to improve. We hope to get more to do more with. But as much as we have, I think we're doing a very good job for the people. Thank you.
Yeah, Raul, 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Yeah, 30 seconds. Thank you, Sylvester. Thank you, Sylvester. 30 seconds. Yes, 30 seconds. So again, Inspector General, when people talk about the police and the actions, I don't think it's directed towards you. It just happens that you are the Inspector General. So the buck starts and ends with you. When the president comes and preempts an investigation before an investigation starts and talks about the fire being arson before an investigation carries on, and then the police comes 2 or 3 weeks later and says, well, it's arson without any detailed investigation, it raises a lot of red flag about the professionalism of the police. When the president is speaking, ill-informed about it.
But Robert, what made you think that there was no investigation done before the police came out to say it was arson? Even if the president spoke, a lot of other people spoke and said what they wanted to say. But we are not swayed by what's out there in the public.
You haven't asked the question.
Detailed investigation done to be able to come to a conclusion that it was an arson attack.
Right. So, but it was done before the investigation. So here's my question: If the DNA test,
everybody got freedom of speech. The president got freedom of speech and say whatever he wants to say, but it doesn't change the outcome of our investigation. It doesn't even influence it.
Okay, that's fine. But here's my question: If Brian Miguel has been cleared, and I hope you can come back so we can have an extended conversation on this because it's a whole lot. If Brian Miguel has been cleared by the DNA, Mr. IG, if the DNA has cleared Brian Miguel and there's an ongoing investigation and your office have not identified someone who could be who did this to this young lady, don't you think that the part of what cleared Brian Miguel should be released to the public so that we know for a fact that there's a DNA that was done and this DNA actually cleared Brian Miguel? Because a lot of people don't believe that there was a DNA done and that Brian Miguel has been protected. So don't you think that should be released while the investigation is ongoing?
Okay, Robert, let me speak to the legal support team and see if the DNA result is something that can be shared with the public. As far as I know, the investigation is still ongoing, and at this point in time, we cannot release the report like you all are asking for. But if the legal team says it's okay to share the DNA results, we can go ahead and share it.
Thank you.
So we'll check on that.
Thank you.
Would that take maybe 30 seconds each? And then wrap that because the police and his deputy will have to leave actually, and we can't go there. So you just something out there. We go to Fata and then Peabody, them and we sum this up.
Yeah, I got a quick question pertaining to that investigation with regard to the CCTV. Are you folks still there? I think we go.
I think we didn't have to respect time. I think.
Yeah. I just want to ask a straight direct question.
I think with time, I think there's something. But again, however we'll do the post analysis of their appearance. I think they said we're working with time and we're keeping them. We may have going above the time. But again, if
okay, yeah. My only question I was going to ask them was regard to that CCTV system. I mean, what are they have a level of confidence that the integrity of that system is high?
I think they left already, unfortunately.
Yeah, they left. They're gone. Let's just do the post analysis. They're gone.
What we do is that let me take this time to thank you, RG and RG Kromah, Deputy RG Modiva, and that of Deputy RG Freeman for coming on the show tonight. Sometimes we had a lot of issues to discuss. Unfortunately, we didn't have more time allotted to us, so we needed to just do what we could do to have this move to. But yes, Ahmed, Safa, I would just start with you here. You need to ask, and I don't think you're going to ask the question. We're just going to do analysis.
I'm not going to ask any question. I'm just going to make a quick comment. I got to step away for a while. I mean, like I said yesterday, I think they should make an extra effort in informing the public about things. Like you see the question I asked them with regard to having Liberia National Police concession area. I mean, people take a different connotation to that there's certain individuals getting paid, and so they deploy police over there. But finally, I mean, they gave a cool explanation. And I don't think anybody on the platform knew, the genesis of having these officers at this different concession area, But so I think they should make an extra effort to inform the public about things that are happening, And with regard to the CCTV, you can take CCTV, but I mean, who managing that CCTV system? What's the integrity of that system? That's what I want to ask them. What the level of confidence they have in that system that they use as evidence, That's all. But anyway, overall, a good interview. It was nice that they made themselves available.
Yes, actually, and that's the major issue. They were available to discuss some very critical issues again. And the Liberia National Police aspect, the explanation is challenged. And again, he said something at the conclusion here, at the concluding portion of it. He said something about we have to go and see what in the budget for the police, what in the budget for training, what in the budget for logistics, what in the budget for intelligence and all this. Then they will inform us before we ask them this question. That is very important also, because if you see the budget, what there, sometimes it's very little, and other things you don't expect most of those things. So it's just like we have to again call on the national government to prioritize security, because the police is the first line of law enforcement in our country. If the police is underfunded, you see a lot of these things unfolding. So sometimes even the professional standard we have, all the division, the operation aspect, they emphasize the Crown Services Division, the professional standard. The administration is not the major thing, but the major area is the Crown Services Division and the operation areas, and they're being challenged on that. But Fata, you asked a lot of those critical questions, and also the training aspect and the answer. What's the overall perspective on the appearance tonight?
I think they did what they could. However, in these discussions, especially when you have a lot of high-profile cases ongoing, they could have made themselves available a little bit more longer, right? Because you are public servants, you're serving the public. And you have competing priorities, but this is the only medium right now that the public gets any of their questions answered. So I would have liked to see them stayed a little bit longer to get those questions addressed. And what I asked about the crime data, it shouldn't just be where we publish here or there. To build transparency, you have to almost have those data in real time, where folks can see exactly how certain cases are progressing, how cases are being resolved, what areas has what type of crimes. All of those data are really important for for restoring a sense of security back into our society. And I did look at the budget. I believe the allocation was around like 22 or 25 billion for the police. I believe the overall 2026 $1.2 billion budget allocated 140 something for security. And please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it was 100 plus for security, and 70 something is going to the DEA. How is 70 something going to the DEA when we see an increase in the drug crisis? So I really wanted to get like some of those questions addressed. Also questions around how they handle cyber crimes, as we were seeing an increase in that as well. Social engineering, activities have increased, and when they don't even have the capability to resolve the most violent crimes in the country, which is sexual violence crimes. The DNA machines that were purchased by the previous administration, they're said not to have any of those in inventory. So who dropped what ball? All of it is just a disservice to the public, right? So I think them addressing those critical points would have really allow for maybe not overnight trust, but a little bit more trust in their processes and in their activities. Cyber crimes often is overlooked, but is one that is quite deceptive and manipulative and really gets to the pockets of a lot of people. It may not be a gun to your head, but it's certainly right in your wallet or right in your mobile money. And we really need to understand how they're addressing things like that. So I would have liked them to stay like a little bit longer.
Thank you. Dr. Peabody.
Look, Sylvester, I think I applaud the bosses, the director and his two deputies. I think they took up time from a very busy schedule, I think, and we also need to applaud the closing acumen, because this guy is one of the highest ranking security officer in the country, the director of police. And he took up time to come and sit and talk about, I think, is worth commending. And I think the director did not appear as somebody who was not inclined to what was happening at his department. He was really okra with what is going on when it comes to police. He knew what was happening. There was no, when we talk about the different crimes that were involved, the one involving the little girl, and he was up to par with it. He was not somebody who didn't even know the story or stuttering and stuff like that. He was up to par with it. He made it very clear to the Liberian people that this DNA was sent to Rwanda, and everything. Nobody knew that. I thought it was Ghana, but he said it was sent to Rwanda. The result came back and all of that. And he talked about they had to go as far as sign the MOU just to get this thing going. And I think they went an extra mile to ensure that, some kind of transparency will be exhibited here in that case. And I think they did it. I think they were well informed. They knew what they were talking about. They knew what was happening. And I think I applaud them for the limited resources that they have. I think I give them credit, and I commend the director to continue doing what he's doing. Thank you.
Seleke?
Yeah, I think it was a great show. Even though you just mentioned my two questions.
Hey man, I'm not here for theatrics. Go ahead and say what you want to say. No kind of theatrical things don't work with me. Sometimes I just miss it. If you want to comment, you comment and move on. Yeah,
your moderator will do that thing. A lot of Mr. Gayman, you don't get angry.
No, but you say even though I said I'm not here for theatrics.
I beg you, Sylvester. That thing is common. We do that a lot here.
Go ahead, even though when you ask all of the questions you wanted to ask.
No.
Even before you ask a question, you disagree and you want to ask a question. Sometimes you want to go there. I think I like do all those things. I mean, come on the show, you disagree with somebody, you ask a question. Ask it, then you want to have. Go ahead and comment, please. I don't have the latitude of time.
Okay, but now you still complaining. When I get a guest, you still complaining about time.
I said I don't have the latitude of time to have that conversation about.
Okay, yeah, but give me a chance and I may speak.
Go ahead.
I'll give my comment. So again, if you're in a position as a moderator, you have to accept this kind of feedback. Sometimes we just joke, do out a joke.
No, but
you're
you see, I don't even want to comment. You got nothing to say again.
No, but it was a great show. It was a great show, Sylvester.
Okay,
again, I want to join other people to appreciate the AG. The AG, he's been here twice. The first visitation, we had a whole town hall meeting with him. And then recently, I think they sent about 200 to 300 police officers here to come for training. And then he had to come, do some running around. So when he came, we met with him. But one of the key things that I want to stress on is that the position he occupies is a very crucial position. And I think one of the officers, they spoke about that. Every other police that occupy this position, they probably always have their own opinion to express about, especially when they make some decisions that are not favoring certain political people. So that is obvious. During the last police administration, local and CDC police, even during the Salif town, so it's obvious, a crucial position that they are occupying. But how to relate to kind of gain the trust of the people, the public that they are serving, in some of these different cases that occurred, the capital building stuff, going to I don't know, break somebody car door, beating on other people, other lawmakers, and you see they were not there reading Bible. And all the other people. How can one group of people be, you know, fighting themselves? Then you go there, only one group of people you are beating. The majority of black people, you didn't do anything to them. But again, and I wish him success. I think he's taking some key decision that I believe is a good, policy. For example, initiating this safety about people wearing helmet at first. And this is a problem too. In order for the police to succeed, Sylvester, I believe the population, the Liberian people should be willing to assist the police because they may come up and say, look, you should wear helmet for safety reason. You saw a lot of Liberian people going on the internet saying, when wear helmet, for example, Seleke wear helmet, Sylvester come and wear the same helmet, you'll get disease. And this is very, very untrue. But people were saying these things, I guess to say they get medical facts on this. Yeah, in Rwanda, people wear helmet, we don't get sick. And we get on motorbike every now and then. But just to do that in Liberia, everybody came up with their own perspective just so that they don't do that. For me, I think that was a great initiative. But again, the implementation aspect is not working because a lot of people riding back these days, they're not. I thought when they started first 1 or 2 weeks, people were doing it. But now to hear them speaking that it's working, I don't want to believe that. But it was a great engagement, Sylvester. Thank you for the moderation once again.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Sylvester, did a good job. I mean, I understand. Time is of the
Yeah,
essence.
exactly right. The same way further not
Yeah,
happening. You see, they have to walk in,
yeah,
how to get in the town to close, got a certain
right.
time. So we're trying to manage the time, and eventually you saw the walk.
Yeah,
So they were not
yeah.
patient or something other kind
Yeah,
of
I understand time is of the essence. So I'm glad you gave me my 30 minutes, even though I was trying to take more than 30 minutes to but I have an early flight in the morning. I had to come on to engage them. Listen, I thought I commend them for making themselves available. And I think this is what public officials should do. They should make themselves available. Anyone who, irrespective of my opinion or how I see them or whatever, anyone who avail themselves to engage us, I think I give them credit. And I would encourage all of our public officials, come on, and talk to us. We will be respectful. And I thought that Gregory Coleman was respectful. I also thought that his deputy, I don't know his name. I thought his follow up to my question was also respectful. And I will reiterate, I I I was one of those who had high hopes of this inspector general. I did not see him as a partisan security personnel. I always saw him as a professional. I don't know Gregor Coleman personally, but just based on how he conducted himself the last few months under the Ellen administration. I thought that young man like ourselves, I thought that he had a lot to offer, and just based on our conversation, I still do think he has a lot to offer. But when you hear people talk about or label the police as regime police, I don't want them, and I hope they're still listening. I don't want them to think that this is something that has to stay, right? I think the police is under obligation, or the leadership of the police is under obligation to look to deep dive into why is it that administration after the other, why is the police labeled as the regime, the George Weah police, the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf police, now the Bwaka police? There's something happening that have given the public to say, you know what, they're not acting like, or they're not functioning independently. They're supposed to protect lives and property, regardless of political affiliation, right? And so when these things happen, and I quickly kind of inserted the president. I know Gregory said the president has a freedom of speech. No, the president has freedom of speech. Gregory Coleman also has freedom of speech. But when you are in certain position of government or leadership, you've got to curtail that. You've got to measure that. Your freedom of speech cannot just be as free as the normal Liberian, because everything you say is being monitored. Everything you say has been analyzed. So the president cannot just say, oh, well, I'm a Liberian and I have freedom of speech, so that gives me the right to come out even before an investigation starts and say, well, the fire that happened on Capitol is based on arson, even before a formal investigation. You can't do that. You can't do that, even before a formal investigation. And it goes back when the police came a few weeks, they echo what the president said. And people still did not believe that. They had to go and get independent investigators to investigate the fire. And even after that, a lot of people still have skepticism about that. So the president cannot just, exercise his right to free speech like all of us. The president have got to be measured. Gregory Coleman also have to be measured. And many of the folks who are in public spaces, a public servant in position of power, they've got to be measured because people are listening to what you say. I do think that, and I would disagree with Dr. Peabody. Yes, I give them credit for appearing on this platform, right? I wish they had more time because there are a bunch of things to talk about. But telling us where the DNA happened does not, it's not transparency, because a lot of folks thought the DNA happened in Ghana. Anyone can come and say, well, DNA didn't happen in Ghana, and it happened in Rwanda. It happened in Kenya. It happened in South Africa. Okay, right. Where is the DNA? Where is the DNA? And I think it's important, and I would take the IG word for it. I hope he goes back to the legal team and asks the counsel on this matter. I think that there are a lot of people out there that are still questioning whether or not a DNA actually took place. That's one. And I think the only way to kind of, get that out the way is to release the DNA results, especially if the DNA results has cleared Brian Miguel. If Brian Miguel has been cleared, that means he's no longer under investigation. The investigation that's ongoing, I would have loved for them to respond on what's the next phase of this investigation. Are they looking to see if there's someone else that could have been responsible for this? Even though the victim has been very consistent on who did this to her, I still believe that young lady. I still believe that Brian Miguel violated her. I still believe that. Because if she knew any other person who did this to her, by now names will be coming up. So if she was violated, and the IG agreed to that all of the investigation agreed that she was violated. Now the question is who? She has identified this gentleman. They're saying, well, he's not. Evidence does not put him in the vicinity. Evidence does not link him to this. Now DNA does not link him to it, right? I think it's best, and it's in the interest of this investigation and transparency. And this is where transparency actually happens. Transparency is not telling us where the DNA, what the DNA was done. No, transparency is releasing the full DNA report, right? So we know that a DNA was done. The name of Brian Miguel. We know the facility in Rwanda that did this DNA. Right? We can verify ourselves, and the police also have got to come now, Sylvester, and tell us this is the next phase of this investigation. We are looking into the possibility of someone else who's out there, right? It could be maybe this young lady was under whatever the case is, trauma from this abuse, and she mistakenly mentioned this guy. But they can do a DNA to see who did that to her as well. So these are things that I really want to know with regards to that. So I hope that they release this DNA. But I thought the interview was good. It was short. I wish they had more time to come in and engage us. I guess they have competing priorities, and they have to go and do what they have to do. But I thought you did a phenomenal job, Sylvester, in trying to give everyone enough time to engage. But it was very, very short. But I'm glad that I took some time off my vacation to come and talk to them.
Thank you, Raul. Yeah, and again, so that's just basically the point. They came out. We didn't have the I want to call it the latitude of time to have covered all of what we wanted to because it's critical to the country. Because the police is the first line of the justice system in the country. It's important that, but at least they highlighted some critical areas that they're doing some. They highlighted some area of because we went back to ask some of the questions we have. Even the 2011 report from the International Crisis Group of the United Nations Unveiled Mission in Liberia at the time, the ratio to a person to officer to the population was very high, and it's still at that number. And it's good that the plan is to recruit close to 5,000 persons now and the next elections, and that will exponentially take the number upward. Is important. If that is done, if and only emphasize that, it will be a good thing, because the last time traveling in the hinterland, we call it the rural part of the country, that part of the country, the country is heavily challenged in terms of law enforcement. We have the Salai district alone. That district got 40 towns, big towns. You have less than 5 police officers there. So, and the officers will be stationed in the district headquarters, which is Salai town. You have Zosa district, my own district. It's about 42 towns, if you will. You have less than 10 police officers, because Zosa district is concentrated with a lot of economic activity as compared to Salai district. There's more economic activities unfolding there. There's no vehicle assigned to the police there, nothing whatsoever. So there's it's challenge. And as the deputy for administration also and the RG stated that they're trying to do that in terms of, even from the operational perspective, they are undertaking that, because all of the 5 departments they have, the administration, the critical areas would be even the professional standards is very important also, because professional standards will hold them by their ethical proceedings. That you ought to be regimented in terms of the core of being a paramilitary institutions.
Yeah, can I get a shot of vodka, please? A shot of vodka and tonic, please.
Not a shot of vodka.
You call your
What about orange juice, Rob?
No, the boy, Father, I not drink orange juice.
No way.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought I was on mute. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't tell me they won't. Don't tell me they won't.
I'm gonna say you gotta get a shot of you can call a shot of orange or kueh, or even a shot of hatai. Tell me that you're not no hatai on that place.
I'm in the corner over here with there's a rooftop bar, and I was hanging out with some friends from London, and we.
I used to have one supervisor during the disarmament period in VUE. I used one supervisor. He was one of our big brother. He's somewhere in England now. So he was a supervisor. He was very cool, but he don't drink, really. But so when we go, we take the son who put it in that kind of a cup, and then he would ask me, say, "My picking, what are you thinking?" I said, "People are thinking at time." You know, you used to let it at time. I'm thinking at time, and you say, "Picking me tasting." I said, "No, at time."
Oh
so
my
one
God!
Then you sister, you want this? I said,
"Oh man, I thought I was on mute. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry."
Yeah, but on a serious note, these are a critical issue that we going through currently. The country is also very challenged, and now listen, if we can take our DNA thing into prison everyone, the government will have to be serious. We have country, we have forensic department. How can we equip them? It's just go to people, because if we don't do it, we'll always be going outside. Then we'll have problem. We want to end up. Why can the country that to Peabody and the rest of the folks? I will join you guys soon. But I have to run. But why can the country that of us going to $5 million and say we'll put the money in the forensic area of the Liberia National Police?
But the thing is that we don't even need like $5 million. We just need like $1 million or even less than that. I mean, we're talking about like DNA machine costing like $1,000 to like $5,000. Like, what are we talking about? We're not asking for a sophisticated state of the art. Like, wow. I mean, just phase 1. Can we just do this in iteration? Let's just launch phase 1, where you have a simple standard machine that will allow you to process these cases rapidly. Like, I think I'm not in their mind.
I will join you guys from the car while driving.
Sure.
Go ahead, please.
Minds, and I don't know what their intentions is, but I think it is shameful, right? It is really shameful to say or to admit that we had to take DNA. We had to first beg around, right? We had to beg around to other countries to see who is going to agree to process our DNA for us. I mean, where are we and what era is this? We're supposed to be a civilized nation. We can have a budget of 1.2 billion and crime fighting is not a priority. I mean, how?
It's not a priority because they can't even afford $1 million for a whole country to buy. It's almost impossible to fight crime. You know, every time you got to hold that stuff, you got to ask country around. They got to say, okay, we got to sign this understanding. You know, it's shameful for the country, though. It's a disgrace to the country.
It's despicable. It's really, really disgraceful. Even just hearing it, we had to go and search around. And that's why, like I mentioned, they set DNA machines that the previous administration had procured. Now, if it was not an inventory when they took over, where did it disappear to? Because it landed. So where did it go to? Did someone sell it? Did someone sell it for scraps?
Mm-hmm.
And he even admitted, I'm glad he did. I do appreciate his level of some transparency, admitting that we don't know how to use it. We need training.
Yeah.
You've had the capacity of bringing an expert in from Minnesota. You mentioned, I think at the beginning of his intro, they mentioned that. How about bring a digital forensic, right, a DNA expert in to teach you how to use the machines, so you don't have to go through this headache. I mean, it's a burden for the police as well. It's a disservice to the citizens, but it's certainly a burden for the police to have to get on the phone. Can you imagine? Like, let's just consider this practically, right? You, Rob, you're the police director, and you have to pick up the phone to call a police director in Ghana and say, hey, Ghana, like, hey, guy, like, do you have, hey, John Okafor, do you have
DNA machine?
Do you have DNA machine? Can I please use your lab? And then John's like, guy, we are backed up. And then you hang up on John, you call Nigeria. Hey, Obanji, like, can I, like, what? Where are we?
It's embarrassing. And no, I think that, listen, and I hope the IG understands, I will continue to be tough on him until, you know, something changes. And again, I appreciate the fact that he was very respectful of Dr. Peabody in answering the question. He was very respectful. They both were very, very respectful in answering the question. But again, I think the buck starts and ends with the IG. The buck starts and ends with all of our leaders in position of power. And in as much as I appreciate his being blunt about the fact that, hey, we just recently had a diaspora conference. So part of my disappointment with diaspora conference is these are things we should be talking about. You should have a representative from the LMP talking about, is there a Liberian that is equipped in this area? I can tell you this, we're not lacking. There are Liberians across this globe who can get that job done. The government would then have to make the necessary investment to say, listen, what would it take to come down for a year to train Liberians on being able to, you know, work this machine or work these equipments, right? This is government. This is where you show what your priorities are. If the government can spend millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars to purchase new vehicle for the president and the vice president, even though they just inherited one that was purchased 2 years prior to the ascendancy to the presidency, there was not a need for it. And we make these economic choices in our own homes. Is it necessary to spend the kind of money right now on this, or should we focus on that? If we are taxed to do this as responsible adults, right, the government should also be able to say, listen, what are some of the major things that are needed right now? Yes, I know I need a bulletproof car. Yes, I know I need a different car. But can I drive what I have right now in the next 2 years and a half and use that money for something else? So we got the money.
Buying a bulletproof car, why can't you just increase security so you don't need a bulletproof car?
Yeah, but
buying like $1 million car, why can't you just fix the roads? So you don't need like to buy cars.
Apart from increasing,
potholes.
but you got to pay them. So part of the frustration with the police is that the police they're not paid well, and I share his sentiments. I share his frustration. The police are not paid well, and so the police the police is one of the most abused folks in Liberia. People don't respect them. They are not paid well. They are easily bribed because a lot of these guys are looking at the end of the month. I have to go home with $150, and I got 4 children. What $150 can do? Think about this.
179.
107. So even if it was $200 every month, Sylvester, 4 children, school fee alone is not 200 is not good enough to pay the school fee for one child, and you got to feed them. I mean, what can that money do? So I feel his pain, but at the end of the day, he still has the responsibility to change the narrative when it comes to how they conduct themselves, how they deport themselves, and what that expectation actually is, you know. And again, I would just encourage them to come back. Let's have this conversation, because this is how the Liberian people are informed. A lot of things are happening. They don't know some of the challenges that the police face. They don't know the reason why the police are not able to do some of these things. I think it's important that he comes on, give an hour and a half, and let's have this conversation. And I can guarantee you, it's going to be respectful. If you come here and you are very respectful, we will respect you. No one's here to got you moment, but it's important that we ask the tough questions, and it's important that we hold the IG accountable. So when people talk about this whole regime, Joseph Boakai, Inspector General Joe, have you asked yourself, why are we being labeled these names? Are we conducting ourselves independently? Are we being fair, right? And so I think they need to go back and do a self-reflection and say, listen, we need to change this. How do we change this? They got 3 more years to change this narrative. We need an independent police. We have to trust the police. If we don't trust the police because we think that we are speaking against the government or we're being critical of the government, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Exactly. Look, I think what the government needs to do, they need to put a mechanism in place. You know what? President Boakai could launch the police funds. You can come up with a special program launching the police funds to purchase DNA machines and other things for the police. You could come up. They know a lot of rich business people who want to invest in Liberia. They have had programs like that before. They have had the president launching a special program to raise funds for other organizations and other ministry in Liberia. You could do that. Come up, want to raise $2 million to build a police lab in the country. And trust me, business people will donate. You have people come out to the 500,000, 1 million, all of that. Why you don't?
But that's ridiculous, Mr. Peabody. Like, why go beg for money? Like, why go beg for money?
But the whole country live on begging. Look how the whole government live on begging.
It's not sustainable. We should move away from begging and not cut salaries. Let's cut salaries for the
I agree. We beg for salary. We always ask country who will give to our our monthly. I didn't call that. We beg for salary. You know that there are some country who give to us our to the government budget every month. If they don't do it, people will not get paid. We say we make all the millions on revenue generation. We have made millions on revenue generation, but you understand we're still begging for direct budget support every month.
So, let me ask you this question. Sylvester, let me ask you this question, right? So we talk about priorities, right? Here is the police. They don't have this simple tool, right? And this is very important. This is important because I agree that we do not want to have the wrong folks locked up for being wrongfully accused of any crime. I don't want that to happen, right? So that's very important. The training is very important. Simple investment. But why would the government prioritize building a so-called $6.1 million security in Lofa County when that money could have been used, right, to invest? They don't 10%, 20% of that money that was spent on that useless whatever they built in Lofa could have been used to empower the police. You talk about 5,000 more police officers. You don't need $6 million to start in phases. $2.5 million could have started the project, right? And so it's about prioritizing, Sylvester. It's not that we don't have the money. We don't have to beg for everything, because when it comes to the government and these public officials getting what they want, they don't have to beg for it.
Exactly.
It's in the budget. They use whatever they want to use. So why do we have to beg for our own security? Why?
It's a slave mentality, right? It's a slave mentality. It's a mentality that often incompetent people have, right? This inferiority complex. They feel, well, because I just got into this, I have to hoard because I was once inferior, and now that I'm here, I have to hoard because I'm now in a place of power. And it all yields to really like selfishness and greed. And that's why I always say, I think we're discussing this like yesterday. Should we really set some hard standards when it comes to who we elect, right? Should we really demand the highest of moral standards, but also a certain level of success? Because when you have a bunch of hungry people who are elected to office, they care nothing for progression. They will destroy any fabric, any remnants of any sensibility if they have to hoard and to satisfy their own interest. This is what we're seeing. Liberia does not need to beg for a penny to do any type of developmental project it requires today. The reason why we do is because we operate in this mentality of inferiority, and we operate as if to say we're chickens with our heads cut off. We often refuse to progress in a way that is sensible, and we maintain always like the status quo, the old way of doing things, the colonial ways of doing things. We must overly, right, give ourselves and get pennies in return, and then be put under the pretense that, oh, this aid that I'm giving you, right, this 100 million, this 200 million I'm giving you in return, it's more worthy, right? It's often worth more than the $1 billion in concession that you're signing, because they know, in terms of legislators and the president and members of his cabinets, that we're gonna get kickbacks. So we really don't care if this 200 million is even enough to be allocated to like a health budget. Once we get our kickbacks, our brown envelopes, we're good. And that has to be put to a complete end, because it's not sustainable. Where do we go from here? We have to ask ourselves. Trump, you can't blame America for its foreign policy. You can't blame the UK. You can't blame Europe. You can't blame Asia for their foreign policy. These people come to do business. We end up back in the same. We end up back in the same position. This is not how we run an administration efficiently. We have to understand and prioritize our domestic economy, the progression of that domestic economy, and work in the best interest of Liberia and Liberians. The Liberianization policy needs to be centric to that. Our security sector needs to be invested in, not the DEA, because the DEA has proven not to do jack. But the police, which is the front line, and our military, we must invest in those sectors. How can you pay someone $179 and expect them to feed and their family when the average person spends anywhere between $3 to like $6 daily just for food for their household?
Okay, thank you. Someone says the Fata series too deep.
No, I mean, it's like that's all of
that. You see, and sometimes Fata will start to counter our position about this thing, colonialism thing, and the imperialism thing. But if you learn how to speak to the people, you're not supposed to
know. Let me say something.
I come. Sorry, I am joking. I come. Let me say something quick. You're coming. I come. Yes, but one of my professors said to me. He said, and Professor the professor from Kenya also said that. He said, learning how to talk that them. it also happened to spread the imperialistic concept and other things. But it's just the fun part of it anyway.
Yeah. But wait. Let me clarify that, right?
Yes.
Let me add some context because this is very important.
I
was robbed. Wait. I was robbed of my childhood.
Okay.
I was robbed of my childhood, and many of us were robbed of our childhood.
Okay.
Right? When you grow up in a war and you're flung from one country to the next, and you find yourself in a nation at age 2, 3,
it's understandable.
What do you speak? Please tell me.
I see why you say you had a contest support. No, Father, now you're correct. I thought you came.
But
I thought you came and started learning. So I'm gonna say, get your own vision. But you're right.
When I tell you I am a Liberian, I am Liberian.
I let her pull her leg off things, so you know she can say I let her attack.
So why do I even take your bait? I shouldn't take your bait.
But to Fanta's credit, you know, the reason why some of us still got our little Liberian thing, or because we refuse to even sound like that, man. Because when you're in high school in this country and you're messing with these people, you have no choice. It comes naturally.
Understandably.
You get what I'm saying?
Or even certain era will reach, you have to soften the tone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I'm sure Fanta can switch it up though. I mean, like I'm sure.
Oh yeah. And her switching, I thought her switching can be raw too. Really?
Oh yeah,
that's
what I'm saying. Yeah.
So, but that is the case actually. But right, we don't do it. You face some problem, right? When I came for a postgraduate program here, you go to the place and unfortunately for me, I was like among almost all white students. Yeah. So listen, man. So sometimes you have to.
Those ones
you can maneuver. But the good part of it, some of us started being bold while doing things so that, because one thing I learned when I moving from the University of Liberia was to, and Alari Topa and the book is Duago. I don't know if he's still alive. I hope he's still alive. Taught out English 102. He said something. He said you always need to speak English here, that you believe that you meet the Englishman tomorrow or the American man tomorrow, this person tomorrow. You don't have, you're always going to have an accent, but you have to communicate in a standard way. And we did everything to learn that. And it's good also that I didn't come here very young, because maybe I would have sounded more than Fata, if you will, right? So, but again, that's
it is not a will. I grew up in I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. And if those of you who are familiar with the Buckeye State, right, in a school that was very much like blonde. Let's just put it that way. The point of all of this is that we were robbed of our childhood.
Okay.
We were robbed of growing up in Liberia. I was robbed of growing up in Liberia. And every chance I get, I run back. I spend 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. At times, like my job will be calling me and I'd be like, I'm not coming back. I'm going to work remote. I am so in love with Liberia. So many of us are. And we need to make sure that no future generation is robbed of their childhood ever again. The exodus that is happening, the youth fleeing, it cannot happen. So the domestic policies we create at home has to serve the people.
Yeah.
If we can't do that, we're going to repeat a 1990.
Eventually.
And we can't have that.
Yeah. But you know, you know, Sylvester, I think that I think it's about standard English. I always tell young people.
No, it is about that.
That's the most important part. You have to be able to enunciate your words. You have to be able to speak. You don't fall for peer pressure. You know, I remember when I was in high school in College Park, Sylvester, my friends would come to me and tell me, "Yo, Rob, we finna go for." I'm like, "Yo, what's up with this?" And that's the south. We're down south. Yo, shorty. And then New York is like, "Yo, B." I'm like, "You call these girls B? Like these are normal things." You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I kind of learned. I'm like, so what is finto? So finto down south is basically about to. So I said no. And then what was happening is when you have group projects, these people were writing just like they spoke. So it became a problem. So I always tell folks it's not about trying to speak serious. It's about speaking properly so people understand exactly what you're saying.
But quickly for that, I know we talked a lot about the police. We did that. We spent some time having the discussion. You said something the last time about the politics back, and you've been going back to the country back and forth and all things. I'm hearing from the grapevine that you are nursing some.
But she already announced it, Sylvester. She's not nursing. She announced it on this platform that she's running.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I want.
Oh, yeah.
Raul,
She
you
made the announcement.
let me know.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I also said, okay, so will be this election coming?
Absolutely. I'm taking my talking beyond talking into action.
Okay,
and I encourage us all to do
that. You can remember I told you yesterday I'll be willing to be one of the communication consultant.
Excellent.
So, I know the campaign going to raise some funding so we can be the communication surrogates on the campaign. And,
this is going to be grassroots, Generation Liberia, the generation that will change Liberia.
So it's going to be in which other county?
Well, I'm absolutely going to tell you, but
okay.
Yeah, it's going to be major. It's going to be very strategic. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Do we have a political party in mind now?
But she's with the CMC.
It is Generation Liberia. We're going to maintain.
No, but why is she saying different thing? so do we have a political party?
It is Generation Liberia. We're going to maintain that for now. What I will also say is look, come 2029, we must encourage. Look, guys, we have to move beyond this, advocacy and talking, and because we've done the talking for a very long time. And as for me, I love to advocate as much as I love to be practical. And I think we ought to hold ourselves to some level of accountability if we're truly serious about changing and transforming Liberia into one that we can all be proud of. So I'm calling upon everyone who's been advocating over the last decade to move beyond your advocacy and roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty in the mud. Until we can vacate the people we complain about in the legislative, whether they're the representatives and the Senate and the presidency, we don't stand a chance. So we need to move beyond that. And 2029 is that time. And it doesn't start in 2028. It starts today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tomalin, can I tell Tomalin? My British friend says she like your glasses, man. She said she like your glasses, Tomalin.
The man again, he bluffing now.
Yeah, myself, I was shocked when I saw the pink glasses today. I was like, oh,
20 years, man.
The man making a fashion statement with the pink glasses.
Yeah.
Rabbi is saying that a British friend. She's saying she loves your glasses.
She like your glasses.
Oh, really? Thank you.
You want to talk to him? Yeah, she said you're cute.
Well, you can
tell
the way the man laugh.
Wow, tell her that one Baza girl come for.
My wife watching the show.
So Tomalin, so Fanta, I got a question for you. So where are you running at?
She says she will announce.
I am running. It's going to be strategic. That's what I can tell you. I'm going to run.
But we need to know now so we can start.
But from that, you got to get the ground early, though.
Trust me, work has already begun. Okay? Work began long since. I don't just talk. I'm very practical because I truly believe it comes down to the actions.
Yeah, okay. Father, I know you've been following Liberian politics. And you found politics here also. I want to believe you've done your analysis behind the scene with your crack team and the world.
Yeah.
Do you understand that politics also in Liberia nowadays is capital intensive?
Of course, but here is the thing: that's a facade, right? We're changing the narrative.
Okay.
We're owning the narrative. Look, it's about truly doing your groundwork, and we've done that. We've spent a lot of time on the ground, really done the analysis firsthand.
Okay.
Right, not third party, firsthand, to really understand the plights and where we can make strategic interventions.
Okay.
And we've been doing that for months now, close to a year. So, as I said, we're moving beyond the talking phase. We are being very intentional. We're being very practical. We're being solution oriented because we don't need to overcomplicate the simple problems that our everyday people are facing. We need to just understand that they're a part of daily life and remove those roadblocks for them. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're not waiting to draft up any elaborate plans and do no type of flip dancing. We're not doing that. We're solving people problems because we're dealing with people.
Okay, so you want to change the approach to you want to carry a different style of election methodology.
Absolutely, we have to because when you look at when you're dealing with a demographic that's 80% youth, the youth do not have access to capital resources. Most of them don't. So if you're looking to appeal to their innermost problems, it cannot always be with capital. And many of them, like, will tell you, right? It's just oftentimes politicians talk to the people as if to say they are inferior to them. Just meet the people where they are. Talk to them as their people. See them for who they are. Do not consider yourself better, right? Mightier than thou. Big, powerful man. Like, and that's why I always say I'm not a politician. I am a Liberian. I am a Liberian from Ghana's Bassa community, Bon County, Cape Mound, and Liberia. I have lived in Soniwen. I have lived in Looking Town in the dust of the mosquitoes. I understand the day-to-day problems of Liberia. Okay. And therefore, until politicians can understand that, so what they do is use money, and what I do is use influence.
Okay, so just by hearing all these things saying Soniwen, Ghana's other area, so I want to speculate here, if not preempting, that you're going to be contesting Maserati County.
Well, before she answered that, let me say, guys, it's almost 1 o'clock here my time in Milan. So let me go drink some stuff.
I love Milano. Enjoy
it. It's
you sound like a professional soccer player in Milan. When you say Milan, think about professional soccer.
It's very cold though.
The last time I was in Milan was 2018. I was there with Heron Formula with my.
Did they charge you? Did they charge you at the time? Did they charge you for a napkin and silverware when you went to the restaurant?
No.
Oh, they're charging for. I think it's like seven euros. They're charging for napkins. They're charging for silverware, and they're also charging. You know, when you go and you order pasta, we've been indulging in a lot of pastas and pizza. When they bring the bread, you think it's complimentary bread. Like in the U.S., they bring complimentary bread and stuff like that. They also charge you for that. Even if you don't eat it, you have to pay for it. Only thing you don't charge is gratuity. So no gratuity, no service charge. You don't necessarily have to tip them.
But the service charge ain't nothing. No. Are you paying for knocking or anything? The service charge, bravo.
Yeah, so but Milan is very nice. It's cold right now.
I didn't notice that while in Milan. I spent like 12 days in Milan. We didn't notice that the reason is that we had a partner that invited us. So he did everything. He even took on went to Florence from Milan, went to Florence and all those things. Yeah. But I didn't notice that you pay for those things and all of that.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, and also when you come back, guys, come to Castleberry. So I've traveled a lot, stay at beautiful luxury hotels, but Castleberry is a small hotel. It's a Marriott hotel. Is in the middle of everything in the city. Customer services. Impeccable. I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, these guys.
I think you have to let them give the closing argument because maybe with that.
No, but if the closing argument come, if the closing argument come, I'll take. Don't worry, man. If the closing argument come in,
Garguah.
You don't have to worry. All right, guys. But great show, man.
Good night, boy. Enjoy the rest of your stay. When are you returning?
Tomorrow morning I have an early flight.
Safe travel.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you flying directly out of Milan or out of Rome?
I'm flying to Rome. I'm flying out of Rome because they don't Milan. They don't have a straight flight from Milan to Atlanta.
Yeah, most of the flight from Milan go to Heathrow Airport. London.
Exactly. So I'm flying out. I'm flying out.
It's a 1 hour Milan Heathrow then.
But from Rome straight 8 hours 30 minutes. So
it's gonna be from Rome because from Milan you have to go to Heathrow, then before you can. Okay, man. Enjoy your return.
All right, buddy.
Safe travel, man.
I'll see you guys back.
Drink some wine. Are you on Delta?
I'm on Delta, but you know, I'm don't. When you
Leave it,
enter
man. The
business,
man is
when you
refreshing.
enter,
Drink orange juice.
Professor, you know, when you enter business class, we start with the
Yeah,
champagne.
drink, enjoy
Drink
yourself.
orange juice. Drink orange juice.
Then I transition to the bourbon.
Orange juice. Bye. Orange juice.
All right, guys. Bye
All
bye.
right.
All right.
You know,
Well,
I was too many. You just came back.
Yeah, man, but I want to say thanks, man. I had a some emergency, but I'm back. But the thing is that I want to say, look, I'm getting a lot of feedback for the show. That you guys did well, very well. Thank you. The police time was limited, but police know they work 24/7. They're on the clock, and so the time they took I give them credit for them. I think this is the first time they ever done it. The police should have come in together and put on a platform to engage us. It was good, and most of the questions were asked, I think, was appropriate, and they had to address it. But we should continue. People are now asking, they want to appear. Yeah, we'll bring people on the show to appear, and our platform is free, especially when we invite you. But if you can't promote yourself for your political stuff, then you pay. You know. But we can't.
She does.
We charge you.
Y'all can pay me for my voice I've added. Y'all will not be able to pay me.
So I want to So let us appreciate everyone. Thank you so much, and it was a good show. And now this going viral. I saw people watching that I didn't expect to see, but I saw a lot of people watching. And then imagine the ones on YouTube and listening on radio and so forth. That was interesting. It was good, and I'm glad that you guys asked a question. In fact, somebody said a question about this DNA, and people are now asking the government to really focus on the DNA machine, which is very good. We should have a DNA machine in our country by now. I don't know why, but they should cut. I mean, we can afford it. They got to cut down some of these unnecessary budget items that they got and replace it with a DNA machine. We should have it, but especially so the issue of RIP is like the question Fanta asked. RIP is and the IG said of national prominence. Everybody concerned about RIP, and so we should have a machine in the country to take care of these things because it will clarify a lot of things and people, you know. And for me, I don't think any one of them will come and sit on the platform and come and lie to the public and have their job. Tomorrow, I will tell people, like the Inspector Nelson said, when they retire tomorrow, the very community, they will live with the people in the community. There are times I see people who were in government. I was in Liberia. I remember I was out to a restaurant and somebody came there and said, "Oh, the person won't come and say with us." But they came there. They said, "I watched your show, and I was serving the government. I was serving in the government, that government." But again, so you are held accountable for what you say. You know, it haunts you, it follows you. You know, but again, you're free to come, call on us to come, and discuss the issue that affect our country. But lastly, I want us to be more aggressive on helping our fellow Liberians, because the problem we find ourselves in every election cycle is our own people. They make the same decision, expecting the same result, different results. You can't be voting for somebody who, for instance, there are some people who've been in the Senate and the House for more than 20 years. Some of them been there since 2005. They got elected. They're still there. And by right, he's supposed to be, if I were making the decision, he's supposed to be out of that place by now. Go find something else to do. You can't be holding a senator job, representative job for 20 more years. You are not impacting your people. Show me what you have done in your people's lives, in your community, your constituent. What have you done? But the people will still they fool them and still vote for them. And it's a problem. I'm happy that Fanta is running. We should encourage you, Fanta. We need more females. And I mean, the World Parliamentary Body said that the UN said that intended of 40% females should be in our parliament.
Competent female.
I was surprised today that we haven't had two female senators in our Senate today. Can you imagine? 30 men, you got two female in the Senate. It shouldn't be that way.
And one of them are your favorite.
She should be out. Botokana should be out. I mean, I can tell you that.
No, we have 3 senators in the 8 female senators.
We have 3 senators.
Oh yeah, we have Daba Bapla. We have Botokane and Yombli Kane.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be that way. It should be at least having about 10 females there. Be happy. You know, who will be strong to talk.
Good evening, everybody.
Sorry, Mr. Sito.
Good evening.
Imagine he had to call our attention. I'm very sorry, and the fact that you
Yeah,
came.
it is understandable. It's
Yeah,
understandable.
and sometimes when the student come to class, this when I teacher will get very put you off, so I punish you. So maybe I will punish them. But
it is good to be back. It is good to be on the show.
Welcome quickly to the show. We had today the police chief and two of his deputies, and we're discussing issue pertaining to the Liberia National Police own operation in the country, and a lot of things relative to the recent case that the police just exonerated the suspended Deputy Minister for Youth Development, Brian Miguel. So these are things that we discussed today, and we're now trying to do some post-analysis into the discussion. It was the firing issue, and we didn't like how I ended a little bit. They were really not waiting to take some time, so we just abruptly concluded the show anyway. But it was good in terms of the interaction with all of the panelists. There was some hard questions from across the panelists, so we just want to keep you updated on it and just ask you for your input in terms of the post analysis.
Well, I think it was a good idea for the top brass of the Liberia National Police to appear on the closing argument and to let the Liberian people know what they are doing to provide public safety to the Liberian people. I think that the police needs to improve its relationship with the citizenry. It is very important. Right now in Liberia, the citizens do not respect the police do not respect the citizens. So I think there's supposed to be a way that the police can cultivate a harmonious relationship with the citizenry so that the citizenry will know their role and they will know the role of the police. And the police will also know their role, that their primary duty is to provide public safety, not to be an antagonist of the citizenry. I think that is very important, and the fact that the RG and some of his top officials appear on the closing argument to assure the Liberian people what they are doing and to provide an effective public safety, I think that is good. But again, there are a lot of questions that a lot of people have with respect to how the police is going about conducting its activity in the country. And I hope that appearing today on the closing argument will not be the last. I hope that they can do this periodically, and so that the Liberian people can know exactly what they are doing to provide public safety. It is very paramount. You can clearly see when the police go to effect arrest in Liberia, citizens gang up against the police beating on citizens. That is not the way you improve relationship between the citizenry and the police. So the fact that they were able to come to answer some hard questions, and though they didn't answer some questions the way you guys who were the panelists expected, but the mere fact that they appear is a good sign. But I just hope that this should not be the last.
So the guy, former Senator J. Milton Tiaje, is set to assume the position of port director at the Samuel Alfred Ross Port of Greenville. Come on, man. Can I go sit down? They can't get up on a chair to do that job. You got information minister, deputy, you have senator. You can go to be port director now.
And Tomalin, this is the psyche of our people.
What's this?
You understand? It is sad that people take positions, they want to stay there until they grandfather into those positions.
Can you imagine?
That's not fair to the Liberian people. Public service is public service. It is not an office for you to go and enrich yourself. It is an office that you occupy to provide some level of service to your people. And I don't understand, because the way our system is structured in a way that a lot of people who are wealthy today in Liberia,
let's say about 75% of the people that are wealthy today in Liberia, they got their wealth by working in public service. And that should not be the case. People are supposed to get their wealth from working in the private sector, not working in the public service. So because the way we structure our public service, that's why you see everybody is fighting for what? A government job. Milton Tiaje, as you already stated, when I was practicing as a journalist in Liberia, he was Deputy Minister of Information. He was given a huge sum of money by President Taylor, and he went all over the globe trotting, trying to promote the agenda of the NPP government. From there, he became superintendent of the county, Sanu County. After that, he rose to the rank of senator. He served as superintendent for several years. He served as senator for several years. Why not coming back to become managing director of the Port of Greenville?
Can you imagine?
What is that?
Because the man broke.
Look,
that is the problem. That is the problem. That is the problem.
Right?
How do we improve our country if we have this kind of tendency?
Let me remind you quickly
quote,
that
people 1 minute, right? Quote, too often in our past, moments of great possibility have been surrendered to small imagination and smaller ambition. What was promised was never pursued. What could have changed remained the same. This from, unquote, the probably inaugural address of Zoran Bodani. I love that.
Yeah, it's important. But we also have to bear in mind here, currently, the current port manager of the Port of Buchanan is the immediate defeated senator of Grand
Bassa County.
See what's on?
And guess what, Pewee? And Pewee, and these are the same people that are advocating for decentralization of the port, and they're already showing what they're going to do. If that bill passes,
you see, they think twice now because.
I hope that the president will not pass that bill.
If that's the intent of the decentralization, then I don't think. And today there was a massive. I don't know massive. Now I don't want to call it massive. There was a pocket protest unfolding in front of the executive mansion by they say folks that are believed to be employees of the port, protesting that new building, right?
Yeah.
So
it was funny because. They protested from the mansion in the morning, but the president visited the port today.
Oh, the president visited the port today.
I saw a video out there. The president visited the port.
Yeah, but listen, folks that are in the bubble of the presidency, as the institution, the presidency was an institution, and then we do have the president that is in charge of the presidency. But in many cases, if you went back to do some deeper analysis of our political structure, nowadays those around the presidency or those in the presidency and around the president sometimes can get a lot of influence, and particularly with this administration. And unfortunately for the country, again, we have an older president, so the last person to see the president can normally influence the president a lot. So
that's what happens.
It's a serious problem
when you surround yourself with a bunch of elites, and I know most of you don't agree with it. That's exactly what happens.
And the frustrating thing about this poor decentralization, they're using the word decentralization. The people that are advocating for decentralization are now working towards bringing services to the citizens in a different part of the country in the name of decentralization. They are only focused on taking national asset and giving it to the county.
Yep.
That's why I asked the guest the other day. I say, can somebody cannot get a driver lesson without coming to Monrovia?
Not even giving it to the county. Like, I think you're being generous.
No, but they're gonna start. They're gonna start have one stop. You'll be getting all the services in Monrovia. You'll be getting in your county. That's what they're trying to do now. That's a good thing, though.
Yeah, but Tomalin, so they just passed the budget. So can they point anywhere in the budget that initiative is being funded? Because we just passed a budget, so it should be there. It should be highlighted in the budget. You're telling me something that is not in the budget, so where the money is going to come from?
Vote for, like, go and run for office. That's the only way to solve it.
And I think that this,
the budget was passed. Did the president sign the budget? Have it been presented to him, Bill?
I don't know why the president has signed
I
the budget.
don't think the president has signed it.
No, he has not signed the budget yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been presented to him. I don't think it has been signed.
But the whole
so if they find the president's delaying signing, maybe there's some issue they want to send back to them, so they will do some behind the scene work on it. That's why, because
it is possible. It is possible.
So but they may want to do it's not to recast, because you cannot recast now, but I think they want to do some adjustment.
Again, this whole decentralization of the port, claiming that it's going to decentralize the country. I mean, I don't buy that argument, because the first and foremost here, what was the study that was done to tell us indeed that if we change the nomenclature of the port, we will get X amount of revenue that is coming to government coffers, or that is coming to the various ports. First and foremost, the port of Greenville. Basically, the only thing that is happening there is the logs are being taken out of Sano County. The port of Maryland, what is happening there? Almost the same thing. And then you have the port of Buchanan, where metal steel is, and there's some level of economic activity that is taking part in that part of the country. And then you have the port of Monrovia, where everything is coming into Liberia, it's passing through the port of Monrovia. I don't think that decentralization is going to solve the problem, because the whole thing here is there has been no study to tell us how much amount of money the country is going to generate if we decentralize the port. That's one. When we're talking about decentralization, we need to give power back to the people. How about us electing our superintendents? How about us changing our constitution to elect our superintendents, to elect our mayors, to elect our township commissioner, to elect our paramount chief? That is decentralization. At least you are taking power from the center of Monrovia, you are taking it back to the people. Because right now what we have an imperial presidency, where the president make all of the appointment in the country. So everybody bows down to the president. He's Lord and gospel, even though people disagree with him sometimes. But he's the ultimate decision maker. And he just has people helping him to carry on his plan. But if we have we have all of the superintendents in the counties being elected by the people, we can hold those people accountable. They will be more accountable to their citizenry than to be accountable to Monrovia. So that's one way to decentralize the country, decentralize power. And if you decentralize power, at least some level of economic activity is going to go to this part of the country, the country. But I don't see the whole idea of changing the current nomenclature of the port to that of where every counties have their own port is going to decentralize. It's going to create more problem than we envision. The first thing here is there was no study done. What is the impact?
Yeah.
And sometimes that's the time I have a question our lawmakers. You enact laws, laws are not enacted in isolation. You enact law based on current prevailing situation in the country. Now, what was the study that was done to tell us, hey, look, when we decentralize the port, well, we were getting $5, but when we decentralize the port, we will get $20. What was that study? It's no study. There is no study to tell us that this is the economic benefit that is going to bring to the country. Because as a whole idea, we want to decentralize the port so that it will bring economic benefit. What is the quantitative economic benefit that is going to come? Nothing. We don't know. All we want to do here is we want to decentralize. People are spending their money to make sure this happens. Other people are spending their money to make sure this does not happen. And all that, it does not benefit the Liberian people.
I think for the first time, I absolutely agree with you, Seton. But Seton, sorry.
So the first time, right?
I agree with you.
Thank you for agreeing with me.
I agree with you. No qualms there. But I do have to run. It's been a really great show, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For having me
Thank
again.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have to run. I have to go pray.
And running for an election in Liberia is not a small feat. I just want to let you know.
We are changing the narrative.
The psyche of our people. The psyche of our people.
We are
That's one of the things you need to change. The psyche of our people.
We are changing the narrative. We are changing the narrative.
Good luck.
We're going to win.
But it's a Hakina battle, trust me.
Yeah.
Well, that battle I am ready for. My muscles are already built.
Okay. Good.
I have eaten my cayenne pepper,
You
so
are
I'm
the best.
ready.
You are the best.
Good night. Okay.
Thank you. All right, guys. Good night.
So yeah, no, on a serious note, when in terms of the politics, and I may agree with we have to change the narrative in terms of the approach to elections in Liberia, right? We have to go and change the mindset, but the culture of the election system in the country is it's a little bit peculiar, and so we have to, and it makes some sense that you can go and change the impact, you change the narrative and own it, and go in those slums area, identifying with the folks. And the Liberian people are, and as I say again, they are a peculiar set of people. If you prove to be part of them, do the things that they love to do and all things, you don't necessarily need the money. And you can do some serious amalgamations in terms of human mobilization. And that may just cause some shock wave. In terms of we've had certain individual before won the election with no amount of sufficient cash display, right? But again, as I said, we are the kind of people we are. So sometimes we have to change our mindset and the mentality as to how we want to do those things. So it's just as important as we want to think about how the election issue will go. But again, it's going to be an open field. But 2029, and the way folks are getting deeply frustrated, and Mr. Sita and the rest of the folks here, it's going to change the mindset of folks, right? And saying, hey, the young people were to go, and the debate you're trying to push. And my suspicion is it's going to be Maserati. The debate you're trying to push is going to be in the Maserati era. And you push a kind of a debate that will resonate with the young people. And that constitute bulk of the electrics currently in Maserati. And the good part of Maserati and other demographics and the voting communities in the country is that the young people constitute almost 60% of all of the voting communities. And that is very concerning and very pivotal here in terms, it's a paramount concern that we all have to move to in the next election. So, and we're going to have more young people going to be pushing to the age of 18. This year, we're going to have a lot of 18. Next year, we're going to have a lot of 18. The following year, we're going to have, so we're going to play and tap into that. Even the election year, we're going to have a lot of people going to turn 18. So yeah, if you can just push a debate that resonates with young people in a kind of a metropolitan terrain like the Morovia and its environment that is clustered in terms of all those slums area, then you push a very good political message. We ran a campaign collectively several times in 2005 in an era that at the time people thought Senator Kupi only have one elections. When we ran Senator Kupi election, then we were just politically, we were all novice. And we're just coming to politics. They excited about to say entering university and all of things, graduate from high school, preparing, discussing, just looking at people talking about politics on the TV or listening to them on the radio, seeing students on the University of Liberia campus engaging, they also will jump into it. And that's the kind of a thing. So we shouldn't overlook young people coming and revolutionizing the kind of a shifting the political landscape of the country. It's important.
Yeah, gentlemen, I want to bring something to our attention, and I think we should talk about it because look, the issue about Liberia being suspended by for visa and so forth, people are getting it all mixed up, and it's not about politics. 75 countries were affected, and the U.S. government was clear that they believe that people who are here, they take advantage of their free services, their SNAP benefits and so forth, and using it so at taxpayer expense. I mean, you and I know sometimes you go to the store in a line at a bottle pay, you see the person with their card full. When they get to pay now, they take out the SNAP cards, and you say, "Wow!" And you all paying for that, right? We all paying for that food they're getting. I mean, but again, I don't have a problem if you can work hard, you can do it. So when you apply for it, say you make too much money, you won't qualify. But to say that the U.S. government acted on like to put Liberia on that list because of the Liberia position with the Venezuela issue. It's a lie, man. Stop lying. We all know that's not true. Louis Brown was only the spokesperson for the A3 countries, okay? And they said the position was clear. They sided with the African Union position. But then our politics so toxic. People say, oh, you see what Louis Brown did? And because they say they condemn America with Venezuelan crisis, that why they put Liberia on that list. People should stop it. The people are saying that, I mean, we all know who in power right now in America. We all know. It's not a normal U.S. government in power. I will tell people that it's not a normal U.S. government. If it was a normal Republican government, they won't do it. You see? So I want to make people understand that you should stop carrying that thing around, narrative that, oh, that's why the Pope was in a mess. No, that's not true. Nobody put in no mess.
Tomalin, you raised a good point. You see, that's the problem with our politics.
A battle.
We look at everything from the lens of politics. We don't look at it based on reality. Now, the United States came out with a policy restricting visa, the issuance of visa to 75 countries, of which initially Liberia was not a part, but now they included Liberia. Now, you can spin it any kind of way you want to spin it, but it is the prerogative of the United States government to accept people into their country or not to accept people into their country.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So you can spin it any kind of way. Liberia has no control over who the United States gave visa to come to America. Liberia government has no control. Likewise, the United States government has no control over whosoever the Liberian government gave visa to visit Liberia. Liberia is a sovereign country. The United States is a sovereign country. The United States will institute policy that will be in the best interest of the United States. And even if those policies it has an effect on Liberia, so be it. We got no control over it. So people try to spin that thing. I have to say, it's mind-boggling that every little thing in Liberia, when you are a UP member, you spin it in support of that political party. If you're a sedition, you spin it in support of the CDC. This is now, it's ridiculous.
Mr. Sit-down, quickly, sit-down. I just found out today, right? That the ambassador to a country, the U.S. ambassador in Liberia, he has no control over the consular section. The man who gave you visa, the consular you're facing, the ambassador can tell the man that gave Salvador visa. He can't do it.
Let me tell you a story.
They might have. Let me tell you a story. I have somebody that I wanted to special political situation.
Yes,
then yes, but other than that, no.
I have somebody that I wanted to come to visit the United States. Right, the person was coming to school. School accepted her everything. Right, did what we could do. Affidavit or support, the money, everything that was needed, everything was identified. She went for visa. They denied her visa, right? I turn around. I went to my state senator. Let me tell you now how the counselor at the visa office, they are independent people.
Yeah.
I went to my state senator. You know the response I got from there? Once the decision has already been made, there is no way that a senator can influence that decision. You see that? So when a counselor at the U.S. Embassy deny you visa, you go in the sky and come back, you're not going to get a visa because that decision was based on that counselor assessment of your application and your all of the information you provided. He or she bases his assessment to give you visa based on those information that you provided. And if they are not satisfied with the information you provided, they deny you. And even if they deny you, anywhere you go, they're not going to revoke that decision.
There was this thing.
And that's why our people need to know They don't understand how some of these things works.
No, not at all.
They don't understand. And that's why we are here to educate them that, hey, look, when the United States decide to not give you visa, there is nothing the Republic of Liberia can do about it.
There was this situation, and it's quite, again, I told someone called me today, we're trying to seek my opinion on this issue, and the person anticipated that I would have said to them what they wanted to hear because they decided the conversation.
Oh, yeah, what they want, yeah.
So from the beginning of the conversation, what I did, I told the person, say, hey, I don't think you should anticipate me to tell you what you want to hear, because the way you starting the conversation, I want to believe. He said, well, Pewee, I know you again. I said, no, don't go there. And I reminded the person, I said, the consulate service at the embassy normally is not particularly, I stand to be corrected, it's not particularly under the ambassador wing in. The ambassador is the head. The consulate service is basically under the Division of Homeland Security.
Yeah.
So let me let people understand this. It's under the division of that. But the work in collaboration, and there was a time when Christian Eder was ambassador, then I was assistant minister. There was this conversation then, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was asking, gosh, oh, man, we had some issue. There were people that are sent off with an urgent trip that will have to pay for government perspective thing to go somewhere whatsoever. And I can remember that day in the holding room, them waiting, they're having a conversation that day. The ambassador told the minister, say, I will refer you to the consulate service. The ambassador is telling the minister will refer to the consulate service, then you should let the protocol talk to the consulate service. The consulate service is looking into it. If in other words, like in other society, the minister will just call there and you're going to say, no issue. No. The we look into that. And eventually the consulate service will look into it. The issue those people decided to go because we're going on a trip, on a working section for the government. So what I'm trying to say, we can sometimes move to politicize things. And I've been myself in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and do understand deeply the foreign service. Ambassador Alisila, I think it's Washington. He stays one of our ambassadors. He's been around. He's our current ambassador in Senegal. He served in Qatar. Alisila is fast growing in the foreign service. He's tending to be a career diplomat now.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So diplomacy
is in Dubai, right?
No, he's not in Senegal, Dakar. Senegal. He's the ambassador. He's not the ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary.
Wow.
Before he was just yeah, he's ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary. Yes, in West Africa. He
carrying the 2 for a journal there.
And you're making sure that the president's agenda is implemented.
Oh my God.
But you know, Alisila was also part of was stayed there when the reform agenda was unfolding. So it's the extension of the reform. You know, so in diplomacy, Tomalin, and when I listened to what was unfolding yesterday, when folks started saying this, listen, this issue yesterday is not about the government of Liberia.
Yeah.
The government of Liberia did nothing absolutely wrong. The statement the government put out yesterday was the best of all statements.
Yeah, as people were attacking.
I followed 5 African ambassadors that put out the same kind of a statement. The Ghanaian ambassador spoke yesterday, telling the Ghanaian people, say, hey, this is just immigrant. It does not affect B1, B2, but it's a decision from the U.S. government. We have no decision in that. We have no say. But the B1, B2 is still on. The same statement the Nigerian government put out yesterday. Yeah. The same statement the Nigerian government put out yesterday. Those African ambassadors here, and the ambassadors, the Ghanaian ambassador in Washington put the statement out on behalf of the country. Then I think the foreign ministries also went on and
two questions I want to ask that, right? Two different things. First of all, why put Egypt? Egypt, I want America closer ally in the Middle East. Number one. I come in. The second one is why the Ghanaian former foreign minister at 20
yeah.
The Ghanaian government wanted to help him. He said he want to deal with them. The council, he want to deal with a lawyer. What's happening?
Yeah, so I will start with that first. The reason why the Ghanaian former finance minister Atta is saying he don't want his government to intervene here, he's wanted on corruption charges in Ghana. So the Ghanaian government is currently seeking him to be extradited to Ghana for trial. He's accused of embezzling close to 20 something to $30 million.
Yeah, but the question is,
So
let me
his arrest. Let me end on this one. They arrested him here on immigration issues.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he was arrested here on different. Probably he may have given some information that I don't know the detail of that, but the reason of his arrest was relative to immigration issue. But he's wanted back home by the Ghanaian government. So the Ghanaian government wanted to try to play some diplomatic role to have him released and the extradite him and put him on trial in Ghana. And he doesn't want that to happen. So he's pushing with his lawyers. And I think his lawyer trying to he made a lawyer trying to get him right on that. That's some immigration problem he faced.
But the extradition, if Ghana has an extradition treaty with the United States,
they do.
They
do, but it's
the only way they can extradite a citizen from the United States to that country, if that country has an extradition treaty.
I just said that Liberia had one for Taylor Town.
Liberia had one.
Ghana got it with this country. They couldn't got it, but they convincing the.
No, Liberia has it.
But why they're going to send
Taylor were fighting it.
Too many.
Taylor was fighting it.
The condition in winning is difficult here.
Yeah, you see, Taylor was
fighting. But a lawyer will say, you will tell a lawyer, I will not be saved there.
Yeah.
And they look at the track
record. Fighting.
They look at the track record of that country history.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Dopoh government had a terrible judicial track record.
Human right?
Yeah, human right. So it's easy. Yeah, most of the lawyer here will beat that thing, will tell, and the judge will see reason. Because they will say, hey, you see, Your Honor, they will start giving other cases of people that are in jail, no proper trial, no this. So it is difficult to win an extradition hearing against an African. The government.
There was a Nigerian finance minister that they captured him in England, right? They put him.
Yeah, but that was very easy because the English government knew that he said.
They had the permit as they put him in a cargo, right? Is this true? What is true?
No, they didn't put him in a cargo. He was in the regular flight, but he was called on the flight.
Oh.
Whenever you had to eat it on coffee.
Even the former Nigerian oil minister, this lady. The former Nigerian oil minister who they found more than $40 million in your house in London. They have been trying, the Nigerian government, I don't know whether they have extradited her now back to Nigeria. They have been trying to extradite her and she has been fighting it. They found physical catch.
Bribe all the world. My mom have bribed the
other one the extra the men are carry transported 60 million in suitcases. You see, too many. The level of corruption in that country. The guy got the money. When Sani Abacha passed, his national security advisor, they found $1.1 billion in his house.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay, man. I mean, what is
but Timothy,
what can use, man?
Yeah.
According to Transparency International, Nigeria is the most corrupt country on the face of the planet.
Wow. You think so?
Yes, according to Transparency International.
Mr. Sitan, you waiting for Transparency International to tell you? They put a major oil producer, but they have a long line of country to buy gas.
I'm telling you.
You know what I tell you? But here's the deal about Kehleboe Gongloe. You know Kehleboe Gongloe is a major shareholder in IB Bank in Liberia, right?
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
He's a major shareholder. Once upon a time, he was board chair for IB and all. He's a very wealthy man, very successful guy on the finance side. Before he even came to government, he worked on Wall Street, moved back to Ghana. He opened the first investment bank in Ghana.
But then I got a good case, so
So, but you know, it's the politics and things like that. But
then, why is he facing immigration problem?
Well, so I mean, probably when he was living here, he probably was just working as a foreign national. He probably was a U.S. citizen. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I know where he graduated from. Smart guy. I mean, highly educated. Yale, Columbia, worked for Solomon Brothers. Then moved back to Ghana.
No, he's an extremely smart man.
Yeah, he moved back to Ghana. I mean, he was one of the first African to testify in Congress in front of the Ways and Means Committee for AGOA.
So let's go to Venezuela. So today Trump met with Maria Corina Machado, right, opposition leader. But so what's Delcy Rodriguez, the acting president?
Tomalin.
I can't remember 1 minute. Then last week he called it all. They all got into the warehouse. One of the men said, "Venezuela is what the man used?
It's not investable."
Yeah.
No, but the oil people will tell you that the oil for Venezuela, it doesn't just go in any refinery. They say mainly going like to Louisiana. So now all the oil people can accommodate that kind of crude oil in a facility. That means they'll have to go retrofit the place. And so that'll be investment they'll have to make. But so how is it going to work? Let me tell you something. The notion that you can parachute exile opposition into a country and become smooth is false. We saw that in Iraq. Ahmed Shalabi, we dropped Saddam, we flew all the people in there. What happened?
It was one of the serious mistakes that the United States ever made.
Yeah, but then the whole thing with Venezuela, if they handle it the right way, they will end up putting American troops on the ground.
No, I beg you, no problem. Yeah. But Tomalin, the point get problem. They told Maduro, the vice president running the country, all the generals that are running the security apparatus, they stay in place. So what you do? So the woman in the White House, what do you do? So you fly in there.
You deal with Rodriguez.
But Tomalin, you tell me. So what you do? You fly out from the White House to go meet her president of Venezuela?
And CBA is reporting.
Tell me how it will work.
CBA is reporting the reason why Maduro vice president was chosen to stay on is because the lady who won the Nobel Peace Prize, she did not reject the Nobel Peace Prize. If she had rejected it, because initially that was the background discussion.
That's just speculation.
Maybe that's speculation. But because CBA is saying, that's what CBA is saying, that if she had rejected the Nobel Peace Prize, and you understand, then she would have had a good standing with the president. But the fact that she accepted it, and now the president really wanted it, and they didn't give it to him. So because of that, he didn't see any interest in making her the next president of Venezuela.
Okay, so let me ask anybody the Nobel Peace Prize. So the father of non-violent protest, he never won it. Why? Or Gandhi never won a Nobel Peace Prize.
Who?
Gandhi. He never won it.
Yeah, Gandhi.
So why?
Yes.
So why?
I don't know.
You found out something that Gandhi did too?
Why?
So the committee, the reason why the committee didn't vote for Gandhi, the case of reason, Gandhi was involved into some conspiracy also. But the problem about the Nobel Peace Prize for me, and I said it last time, some people came to have issue with it. I believe that President Trump deserved the Nobel Peace Prize. I believe Trump deserved it.
For what?
Trump broke up a potential war that would have been very catastrophic, if not cataclysmic, in between India and Pakistan. That war would have been a terrible thing. He solved that thing in less than a week. Trump brought about peace today. The Gaza, the children are about going back to school because Trump way of doing things. Listen, we have to be a little bit frank. Trump will have his own way of leadership. But the fact that President Trump initiated global stability in major areas that saved lives, I think he deserved, if you could get the Nobel Peace Prize to Barack Obama that did nothing, what could you give the Trump that initiated a lot of peace across the world? And he said Trump brought about peace between the M21 and that of the Congolese government. They came to sign. They Rwanda. So listen, there's some commitment to bringing global peace. We should celebrate that side. There's other way of his leadership. That's what he planned to do. But the aspect of he's not giving this to him. This is I can tell both steps. He's trying to bring peace in Ukraine. He's trying. He's done a lot of things across.
Pewee.
He threatened the Iranians. The Iranians. He just threatened them. They stopped killing their people now.
No, he won't go.
I understand what you're saying, but my point is, I don't put a lot of weight on this voting thing. I really think about Gandhi non-violent thing was a threat to the same people that were voting because they wanted to control India. They wanted to control that part of the world. And Gandhi was a resistance against them.
You know what I mean?
And he was nominated 5 times.
He was nominated 5 times. Even when he died, they nominated him. The people said no.
Yeah, and they said because he didn't have any living relatives, so they couldn't give the prize to him.
He was against resistance. He was a resistance against those people. And the people that were voting, So sometimes,
I sat down before October, before that result come out October. I sat down, I was doing my personal analysis. I sat where I'm sitting here, but I was not sitting in the chair, I was just sitting down here in my basement. And I said to myself, watching the news, they were talking about it, they were expecting it. I started debating with myself. Loud. I said, no, man, if Trump don't win anything, I'll be disappointed in the Nobel Committee. The reason why I cited I would have been disappointed in the Nobel Committee, and I reported myself that. And immediately I got through that day again, were asking Trump for the result. But Trump, the same thing I'm saying, President Trump went on and said those things. Daniel, did Trump deserve this past Nobel Peace Prize? And the fact that he didn't get it last year, I would be very disappointed if they didn't give it to him this year.
Man,
I would be very disappointed if they give it to Donald Trump, because Donald Trump
when you give me a school contract right now, let me frank now. The contest, in Minnesota, that man, our brother right there. The people are afraid of walking in our city. Okay?
Let me refer to let's say so. We say so.
The man he took office. The scene they took office. People that almost killed the congressmen and women. He gave all them pardon for what? And he said, "My game peace prize." Come on, man.
That's American politics.
I do you what I want. I don't support.
In 1993, I hate to say that there are people who know I've been here too long. I came here January 93.
Wow.
2 weeks later, there was the inauguration of William Jefferson Clinton. Yeah. So 2 weeks later, there was the inauguration of inauguration of William Jefferson Clinton.
Yeah.
And he had just beaten George H.W. Bush.
Yeah.
And that was the first time in my life seeing peaceful transfer of power, sitting in front of TV.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton drove to the White House, got down from the car with Hillary Clinton. Bush and George Bush and Barbara Bush was there. They shook his hand. Then they could hear the analyst talking. This is American tradition. They're going to go in there for a tea, have a tea, and they will drive the inauguration together. And the outgoing person will leave a note in the Oval Office at the desk. Tomalin, you could see the former government official there with their bags going on the other side. I mean, the power was finished.
Yeah.
And then they said the inauguration and this woman spoke there. She wrote a poem, Maya Angelou.
Yes,
she was there. All that thing. And I think you could see black people into governance. The late Ron Brown. He became Commerce Secretary. And man, look, I started my life. I said, yeah, the country ain't great for nothing. But Bush sat down there. Then they started telling us, the guy in the uniform. The moment Clinton say I do, the football, which the nuclear code, it will move out of Bill Clinton. It will not be beyond Bush no more. I mean, they're telling all those different things. Yeah. It's just happening. In 2020, the man lost the election. What he did?
I refuse.
He walked away. They even tell the inauguration that somebody get Nobel Peace Prize. That's the simplest thing to do as an American. So right now, you think you got to force to tell people about democracy? America got a problem, but that part of their life, it will never about anybody. You watch that thing that day, I like, yeah.
I agree to that aspect, Stefan, is serious note. We ought to enhance and continue the pattern, the tendency of maintaining.
If I was Joe Biden, right? Okay, when he came here, he go out when he came to meet Trump, you have said Trump is there. Then he said that the people are going to say, I think
the issue are doing too many. If I were your president and something in front of me,
cameraman. Look, the people also you say we give me the highway, the Donald Trump major international highway in Liberia. Forget Trump say look, the money we got allocated for use for people, give out of them, give them money.
Look, politics is the act of expediency. A lot of people don't know that.
Those people sat down that day. They watched Clinton take the oath. He walked, he paraded the street. I mean, and then they showed Bush taking the motorcade to the airport, and he was flying back to Texas.
No, they can get him. Okay, and the marijuana was picking up on the
yeah. So you can do it. Also, you can drive to Andrews Air Force Base and went to Texas, and then they say the moment that plane take off, even though that the same plane, that plane is not Air Force One, because the person who can get that call sign he's not the president on that plane. Yeah. And that plane will have a different call sign. And that plane flew into Texas. People were waiting for him there, and that plane came back. You know what I mean? You see all that, and I was somebody who just coming from war. What was burning everything down? That was the first time in my life I saw a smooth transfer. And the best part about it, the person who was leaving the White House was just defeated. He wasn't even term off. He was defeated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the first time I ever saw that also in my life was outside of here, but when Clinton was turning over to Bush Jr. And I saw that day I sat down and I tears. I saw emotionally, and I say, and that's the time I really started having passion for politics. And I said to myself, I will do political science, and I won't be a politician. I won't be into the thing they call politics. It's just from there. Actually, I got moved by that, and he will be get moved for something. I saw that transition. I saw that day. So the two gentlemen walking on that step of the Capitol building, coming down, with their two wives. They walking, hand in hand, right? The other man they came down, the other man gone, and suddenly leaving. And then I saw Bush walk into the Capitol building there, that area where you can go sit to sign the few executive order, right? Yeah. And I saw those things happen. And the next time I saw that again was 8 years later. Well, Barack Obama.
Barack Obama and Donald Trump. He handed over to Donald Trump.
No. Well, Bush was handing over to Barack Obama.
Barack Obama, yeah, okay, yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Bush was doing that again. That was very beautiful again. Yeah, beautiful. And the thing I saw about that, the Obama walk, that central walk he did to Pennsylvania Avenue there, and coming to Wall Street. You know, so the democracy is very beautiful. I know that got hit. Then we didn't see that unfold in 2020, unfortunately. Though it was.
But guess what? But when he won 2024, he was accorded all that thing that he refused to accord somebody.
Did that. Now, that was some issue that should have been done, but part of the justification he gave is that he thought he was cheated out of the elections. He believes now, but one thing I suspect of him, he don't like defeat. And he just said it in Michigan. He said he loved the win.
But Pew, in 2000, when Bush took off from Clinton, we went to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had to halt the recount in Florida, so Bush became winner. And Bush was beating Bill Clinton vice president.
Al Gore. Yeah.
And Al Gore had to shake Bush's hand that day at the inauguration. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day,
he was bitter, but he still had to shake hands.
And I remember, it's about so I tell people, I say the media play a very important role, because the media was saying that this speech that Al Gore gave made him look like a winner more than a loser. After accepting the result and said because of America. You know what I mean? So because of that, he left the vice presidency with a high profile. You know what I mean? Just tell it that. Yeah, I mean, you'll be surprised. I mean, George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton became very close. Somebody who beat you, they became very close in Clinton post-presidency. They did a lot of work together. Remember when we had a tsunami in Asia? They were all around the world raising money for relief money for tsunami. They became very close. Very close. You know what I mean? And so sometimes our politics back home, we just gotta look at the thing, is nobody should be bigger than the country.
Yeah. It's just like in Liberia also, I think the transition there recently, Madam Salih, the first ever peaceful transition in Liberia history, when President Salih leaving office and the way she did turn over power, it was very smooth, very happy. Everybody's on your. But I didn't like the way what they did when we are telling what the Boakai, and then he's leaving the country the same day. They stopped him from using the. I thought that was one of the.
But even former Vice President Joe Howard didn't even have a ride home.
Yes.
She was sitting on the tree to get her ride.
Yeah, that was wrong, because she had to turn the car over and other things. That was wrong. But for that, I will hold them responsible for that.
Yeah, because they should plan all of that thing.
I will hold their regime responsible for that. The issue about the VIP area that I want to count, but where in the vice president didn't have a ride home, I wouldn't be president.
No,
he and my vice president leaving. Trust me.
the government will get, I will show my government will get our first, because the government will always have to give vehicle. But that vehicle, when you leave it fresh, if the president is entitled to 4 vehicles, I will make sure I will procure those 4 brand new vehicles. And if whatsoever thing the office is going to allow for my vice president at 2 or 3, I will give it to my vice president. I mean, come on, the former vice president, the woman left. Somebody got to bring car because she has 10 out of car over.
Yeah,
that was not proper planning for me on the part of me.
Who's
that was not proper planning. Joe Howard Taylor.
Yeah, in 2024 January. Yeah, so
these are things that, but I mean,
so when you talk about his Nobel Peace Prize, that particular January thing, but not being there to turn over power, I will hold it against him. That's a big thing.
Yeah, you know, that would be a point. But to their meeting, what the president said yesterday again, he said that she's going to have a special role to play, and the reason why they didn't give it to Madame Machado, it's just simple. The United States didn't want to make the kind of a mistake the Barack Obama regime or George Bush Jr. regime, the mistake they made in both Iraq and that of Libya. So Trump administration is very critical and more or less very meticulous as to how they want to engage. Now, the fact that what you see happen in Venezuela is that they decapitated the head. They didn't go for regime change. The intent was to decapitate the head. He's been decapitated already. Now, with that decapitation already in force, they got him already isolated. He's in jail. He's not going to be in connection with them. He's completely cut off. Now, the news is deputy, which is the current Rodriguez, and that's very connected in the system, very powerful and influential also. And good thing for her, all the generals are currently backing her. And with that, a member of the parliament, shocking it, and not shocking it. Good for her also. Her big brother is the Speaker of Parliament.
Oh, really?
And her big brother is somehow in office. So her big brother is the Speaker of
Parliament. It was smart because they did remove Maduro. They want us on another. Once they are the president, I will step in.
Because she had control of the whole. They were in line. So her big brother and all those things and all those lines. Then another person that very close in the Senate in Parliament that got some influence to is Maduro that is in jail. Son. One of his son. The same son that is part of the indictment. That son is a very powerful, influential member of Parliament. Saying all the general. Then another person that's also part of the indictment, because they are father the indicted. Maduro is part of the indictment. His son is part of the indictment. His wife is part of the indictment. The current acting president now is part of the indictment. And the interior minister is part of the indictment. The interior minister said that he's very powerful. He controls the internal security.
So, but then you know what happened? You don't want to get no all company go to business. You know very well that is because I heard one of the oil executives said they went there before. They seized all the stuff from them. I said they seized it and they never pay them.
It's going to change. So with this current regime, it's not going to happen. With this current regime,
but listen now,
the Trump administration are working with them already to improve security.
He already put US. In order to let US all company go on in Venezuela, you have US troops on the ground.
No. Why you need to do? No.
No.
You're not put on the ground. Yes, what they're going to do in Venezuela itself. The government got a lot of splinter armed groups that they control. So what the government trying to do is to work, and that's the reason why too many the way the thing will go. You see, things calm there. Everybody moving. The only thing you have to bring them now is to bring some economic benefit to the people, get them most of them employed. The security forces already got things because the same people that are running security, they didn't change them. So it's going to be calm. We work with these people, and that's what Trump is trying to do.
Do you think that this same structure stay on the ground, right? You just said it. They move the head, the arrowhead. You think NSC all company in America, knowing what they went through for
they will go there. Big time money, they will go there. USC, they will go.
But Tomalin, the thing is that
they will go.
The oil there, we do not need our oil here. We produce more oil in Venezuela. They just want to be part of the game so they can sell it all on the market. But the problem is the biggest mistake they made, if you want parachute opposition in there and get in, it will blow up. Because those people say those generals, those top now politicians, they got stick in the game. if you just push them aside, they will rebel. It happened in Iraq. When Baghdad fell, they said they're going to de-Ba'athify. They're hoping they're going to get rid of the Ba'ath party of Iraq. So all the generals then just went underneath. They didn't arrest them. You remember we had the hustle cards, all the chemical, the other people, they didn't arrest them. Then that's why a year later.
Oh, they found their groups.
They found a group that had the Sunni awakening.
Yeah.
Because these people have arms. People got arms. They got thousands of people under control.
You know how ISIS came about, right?
But that's what I'm talking about. All the people that were soldiers.
That's the coup out of
the former Iraqi foreign minister, Tariq Aziz. Yeah, I used to enjoy that puppy.
Venezuela is being controlled, and the same people, so everything is calm. That's why you see there's no demonstration going on. The smarter thing to do, that Rubio they've been working behind the scene. The smarter thing they're doing now, they're going to work with them, make the tapes on you up. The only thing they're going to get instructed in now, those general and the current president, the interior minister, and the defense minister, they are all very afraid. They don't want to be treated that way. They're going to give room and they will allow them to smooth. Now, it's going to be the problem. They're going to see the room between now. Trump going to, and our Trump said he's the acting, that's going to because it's sending instructions. Right?
A better acting president.
It's not going to happen. They're going to move this thing closer.
Better president for 2 countries.
Around 2028, they will call them to have some kind of elections to legitimize. Because if they don't do that, when the Democrats to take power, the Democrats will say they will not recognize them somehow. But again, for sake of peace in the region, they will want to push you to that. So the thing they will do now, they will push them to have elections. Like woman, I don't have elections, and she's going to win it somehow, and then she legitimize herself as a. For now, she's going to be the acting president. The only thing they may do for the woman that came today, they may create a space called Prime Minister, and they show that it will protect her, and she go by to be protected, or the foreign minister for now. With the hope that they're going to be election and you can contest in the election 2028. Trust me, I'm not part of them, but that's my prediction. For now, it's peaceful there.
Now,
money going to go there.
First offer to make money on the people in the meantime.
Oh yes.
And in Oregon policy, now they let the guy then join the party into the kind of stuff.
Some big company come and go there, and they're going to be having a lot of. You know, the people got fifth of the world reserve oil. It's good.
It's a 370 billion barrel.
Yeah, costing almost how many $1 trillion?
So now,
that's one thing. Okay, so they say they can exploit. They can be digging for almost 800 years. Imagine. They will not feel.
Come to Greenland.
Yeah,
now,
Greenland.
I'm hearing now. Great Britain and Germany is sending troops there. Now, also China is warning America today about Greenland now. I mean. And Trump is determined that he will take that place.
Nothing will happen in Greenland. You're not taking Greenland.
So President Trump is, and I also support America owning Greenland.
Look at that.
And the reason is that, and I have my own.
Pro Trump now.
No, listen. I got my own reason why I think America should take Greenland. Greenland is being encroached upon by some very dictatorial-oriented governments across. You have Russia from the other side, and Greenland is very close to America also. So we have to bear in mind that we international political pundit would think that with America over Greenland will be a safe place to be. Yes, what? And would they move on? But this whole thing what Trump is doing, they're going to be in negotiation eventually.
It's already.
And that negotiation would not be to take. I would predict that President Trump is not going to go in Greenland with force. No. Now, and the reason why, because Article 2 of the NATO Charter is also saying they're trying to spark that. Because in an attempt to do that, because that's a NATO territory. If you did that, then you are evoke Article 5. Article 5 are big trigger rather. Because Article 5
NATO, you have people Greenland is a Danish territory.
Yes.
And Denmark is part of NATO. The U.S. get full access to Greenland at any time.
Yes, and they even got base there.
Yeah. I mean, they do military exercises over there. So the whole idea of taking it, guess what? Russia will never touch Greenland. Russia will not touch any country that is a NATO ally. Trust me. If Russia want to do it, they're going to touch Poland in a long time.
So why Russia preventing Ukraine from being a member of NATO?
They fear Ukraine right into them.
My man, Tomalin.
You can run into them, but why you think that? I come sorry, my brother. Why you think the Monroe Doctrine about they have the fear, they put talking about not protect. Why didn't the Monroe Doctrine talk about that, about this? Because if you allow, the reason of the Monroe Doctrine at the time was meant to stop extending European, what I want to call it, European spread, or the level of the European level of spreading imperialism across in this region. So that's why the Monroe Doctrine said, hey, we will not allow anyone to leave from outside and come in our territory to do anything. That's why he brought that doctrine about. So the extent of that, it being a little bit misinterpreted with the way Trump is looking at it. Trump is more or less practically trying to engage that and change the Monroe Doctrine to that, and more or less even go and expand it. So the debate about wanting to see, oh, why you think Russia is stopping people from taking, why you think, and part of this agreement, just like within, and that was Biden was very adamant at the time. Why do you think they pushed that Ukraine denuclearize at the time? Russia was pushing for that. And because that was part of the security guarantee that today they allowed that to happen to Ukraine. Ukraine had a nuclear weapon, you know that, right?
Yeah.
They told them to
Ukraine had the third most nuclear weapon in the world.
Yes.
Oh, Ukraine?
Of course.
Tomalin, during the days of the Soviet Union, Ukraine was the industrial belt and mainly the agricultural belt. When Ukraine gained independence in 1991, they were in top 5 about the number of nuclear weapons in the world. The West decided that they can't have Ukraine having this number of nuclear weapons in Russia. So they convinced Ukraine to denuclearize. And they're going to reward them with security and investment. Ukraine denuclearized, and the investment went into Russia. They passed over Ukraine. They put Ukraine, ain't no dummies over there. You'll be surprised. We're in Liberia. They say, oh, they may go to Russia to school. Most of the people that went to Soviet Union to do engineering and medicine, that were in Ukraine. Odessa, they were in Ukraine. That's why you see, so after the fall,
you were part of the USSR.
Yeah, they were part of USSR. They were part, and beside Russia, they were the second most powerful fleet. The great naval fleet, the Black Sea Fleet, were based in Ukraine. Were based in Ukraine.
Wow.
And so that's why you see all the other countries. You see Latvia, all the other Baltic states that joined NATO. It didn't bother Putin. That only Ukraine. Putin said, I can't go there.
Beautiful country. They
can't go there.
And it's very industrial.
But do you know how many drones Ukraine continue to manufacture in the war today? That
very industrial.
The Russian hard time. The Russian hard time. Ukraine is very industrial. Yeah. Even the agriculture industry in Ukraine.
How Mikhail Gorbachev, and all these guys, they sat down and like Reagan to dismantle them.
The power of this country.
I mean, it was a matter of time. You can't step on somebody's neck for eternity. It was going to fall. You remember the guy from Romania that visited us, Nicolae Ceausescu? Yeah. You know what happened to him? You know what happened
to him? Whether that publicly,
dude, that was the fall of communism. That was the fall of the Iron Curtain, dude. He paid the price.
The kid, I mean, we're publicly firing a squad.
Yeah, he paid the price.
But you see, do moving moving to the eastern block now.
But man.
Why you so high in that? But I'll let to his death.
Dude, bro.
Why you actually can't understand thing? Dopoh said, you know I let to talk about the problem?
I read Bamangida book. Bamangida said people misinterpreted him that he was trying to save Doe.
Oh, really?
He said he was trying to save Liberia, but Doe couldn't understand that it was time for him to leave. I just finished the book the other day.
But Doe knew your son. I mean, he should have left.
Because Doe got pissed with America. He said, in fact, how can he establish a relationship with, I think with Taiwan, right? And I don't want to Taiwan or China.
No, don't want to Taiwan.
No, you want Taiwan.
Yeah,
you are with China. He severed the relationship with China and want to Taiwan. You know, again, they say when Baboon Ready died again, yeah, with his son. You can't, and I thought China was an emerging global power, just starting to come out anyway. They had a lot of, you know, the problem for our leaders, Mr. Taylor made the same mistake. When Taylor knew he had major problem here, I don't know, because the dialogue diplomacy, and China believed him more dialogue diplomacy than Taiwan.
Oh, yeah.
Taiwan was gazing, what did Taiwan send you up? Taiwan got its own limits. And when the time came, I don't know whoever, and I thought, and that one of the things I thought there was a failure on the part of the foreign ministry, or probably Taylor did it deliberately. He didn't listen. You cannot be having problem with the world's most powerful country. Then you want to start having, then you want to go to a country that's not recognized across the world.
Right. So you think if Taylor had, I mean, I know what Bush said that day. Bush said, well,
let me say that before you continue. If Taylor had gone to China and built very good rapprochement with China, Taylor would have been president up to this day. He would have been one of those presidents like most of the African presidents.
He showed Taiwan the got money.
But
China would have given you more.
But for me personally, I think some of the things that brought Taylor down, you do not shoot AK-47 at a superpower. Sierra Leone brought Taylor down. When the British put troops in Sierra Leone, Taylor should have pulled away.
And again, at one point, he should have done that.
He should have pulled away. Because you remember, look, let me tell you something. Somebody supported Taylor, and that person, nobody bothered him. But he knew when to draw back. Blaise Compaoré.
Mm-hmm.
Even the French supported him.
But I'm talking about in Africa now, where immigrants were going after people. But nobody humbled Blaise. It was a delicate relationship.
Yeah, very delicate.
That's Sierra Leone thing. You should just back off.
And
nobody gonna humble you.
And you rest of it. Immediately he started attacking us on the team. That time Blaise started stepping aside for him. Yeah. And when Blaise stopped, actually tell him,
"Oh, interesting, Sierra Leone. Why interesting?"
His interest on here's what. His
mineral
allegedly is the interest on is was that too money. There was too much of blood diamond money. Those things were bringing raw millions of dollars. So so he was forced to, you see, as a grown-up warfare tactical rebel leader, and something he was before. He believed that holding on to these things, because there was no much thing you're in the you're getting now. So how can we run our war machinery? How can we support the militia men, attacking me? How do I get weapons and other things? So his best bet was to continue supporting the insurrection in that part of society, IUF, and then he will be their Gopa. Everything will bring it to him. And then it will bring in millions of dollars. I had the money will come in.
If he had back off, but when the British send a troop there and you exchanging fire with British troops,
yeah, and they even kill some of them.
Yeah, I mean that
the Bush in the Rose Garden. He said the Taylor had to leave. Then I said, why he doesn't? He said, I don't take no for an answer. I said, Taylor said, nah.
Yeah. So the first time
Bush said, Jessica, pick me on that place.
Yeah, Bush was speaking to someone issue. Yeah, that's not Eddie then pushing it down. When Bush said there's a need for Taylor to lead, or the first thing.
Yeah.
And then Taylor responded the next day, they asked the question, and said, oh yes. President Bush said there's a need that Taylor leave, but there have to be a comprehensive plan. Then Bush came and they said Taylor must leave and leave now.
I don't know.
But you know that now the whole signaling thing, the people that were fighting, the people spent how about 3-4 months in Ghana, laying in a hotel, enjoying your money, sir.
Oh yeah.
They
find jobs.
They learned the model, the government Liberia then. They were in Ghana, they enjoying it, sir.
When they go to the place, and you know that Ghana was enjoying it, sir, that you were sponsoring that thing.
You were paying for the thing, they were just
they pay their padam, everything.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you know saying useless too.
Tomalin, the people spend almost 4 months in. Accra.
So when Taylor left, part of the debate was this: Taylor gets some condition. I cannot live in isolation, right, and leave the country in this issue about suspension that there's nobody on the ground. So Taylor left on condition that he will have to see UN forces or international troops on the ground. Yeah. That was the agreement. So when these three presidents came to get Taylor out of Liberia, it was President Obasanjo. There were three.
No, three. Obasanjo, Peabody, Mbeki, and Shisano.
Mbeki and Drasi Shisano of Mozambique.
Mozambique, three.
South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, and Olusegun Obasanjo. The three African leaders came.
He betrayed Taylor.
Yeah.
But man, let me tell you something. The man came to Washington, D.C. The man came for Nigeria interest. You know, Nigeria had that problem in the Delta region with that group was trying to be a separatist group. The men were coming to be able to buy American military hardware. That night, they saw the news skin. They said they can't find Taylor in Calabar. Candy Rest go on the White House pulpit and say there's a possibility that President Bush will not meet President Obasanjo tomorrow. What do you expect that man to do?
But what you do to the
come here, Tomalin.
You knew to not run away. But what they pretend to not run away? You knew
and they were agree with you.
Yeah,
they were agree with you, Georgie. Because Taylor just said it in court. Taylor said he understood the tension and pressure Obasanjo was under. But he let Obasanjo tell the world the truth. And the truth was that he said, he told me to leave.
To leave.
He told him, he said, I'm under too much pressure, so leave. So when they got Taylor, the only thing she have said, hey, I was under pressure to turn this man over, but the man was not, he was not escaping. I told him to leave. He told the man to leave, and the man said he saw the distance. He saw that traveling towards, because the two options he was getting up, to travel via the Maiduguri border towards Cameroon, and then he was going to cross over to Chad. But I don't think got to go out of distance. Because driving about 10 to 11 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, that distance. Do it. So when they reached that line, the man when he looked, saw those SSS people. His own SSS people that were traveling in the Special Security Service of Nigeria. They put him on arrest.
Yeah, that was just a phone call instruction. The whole mission changed from escort to bring the president.
I'm out in Rhode Island at work that day when they brought to the Rawa feed, man. That day I cried, man. I shed tears because of talking about. I said it's a powerful man. When they say when Gongloe right here, right everything.
But I didn't eat that day, man.
Yeah, I felt bad. I said, hey, man.
Okay, let me tell you something. Power.
To be frank, I would say today. I didn't. I felt very bad.
It can slip.
It can slip.
When it slips,
it says like a crew killer. It can capsize like this.
I see people who before. See them today.
You saw Tomalin. You saw the Great Gaddafi in the gutter when they were pumping. When they were bombing Libya. You were hiding the drainage.
The drainage, and they came like a doll.
Mohammed Gaddafi. When he traveled, his security detail, all the women there, these men were hiding the drainage.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
They killed that man like a dog and dragged him on that street.
Can you imagine? The NATO forces led by France. They were in that thing.
Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein. Where you were untouchable.
They said they saw in that you are looking disoriented in the hole.
You were in a farmhouse. So yeah, car sign go in the hole. So yeah, car sign go in the hole.
For that. Saddam Hussein.
Because I saw he said in the hole.
Like
I took the picture. You know they put the picture. Now they took the picture. I hear looking the hole.
Like a dog. Just say, my daddy, you got like a dog.
Yeah. That's what I was sitting. I was sitting in the hole.
That's why if you notice in the West, when the people get power, they become more humble because it's not for you. In terror, the man grow wings, so he will not leave it. He will not leave it.
Say what again? Allah say, I mean, Allah say power. Like even your Liberian politics. Allah said it will say they will be power forever.
Yeah, and that was the way it's trying to be bad.
You know, I was in Liberia. I was in the SGD complex. I was in drinking there. Somebody said, "Oh, I want one for one former official." When the man came, I said, "Yeah, they got the man who powerful. They got the man sitting now. Yeah, we come offer him now."
Man, I get my cousin. He got a joke. He said when they fired him, they'll put screwdriver in their back pocket because the car can break down anytime.
Yeah. Oh, I said, bro, be careful. I mean, especially when you know the difference with people live in America, they got safety nets for themselves. Okay, you go Liberia. Once you been paying the social security, all this stuff, you are not easily just drop to the ground.
Power.
You got children. Your children will say, "Oh, the daddy when I play, they will help the host." I mean, but you got some guys in there, right? They sit on there. They get a nurse at the house with them. They cooking for them there. They go to one place in Singapore. They go there. People they go in there, sit on there, drink. They drink and talk bullshit whole day. After that, they say, "Y'all can sit on there talk shit." After I know, but next month I'm going to the embassy for my check. Y'all be sitting here making noise.
But Tom, let me tell you something. I watch a bunch of documentary about Nigeria. Power, when it comes from you. If you read the Bamangida book, Bamangida say, because Bamangida had planned to turn over the surveillance rule.
Yeah.
But he said every time that military council met,
there were certain generals in our group were against the turnover.
Wow.
Abacha was the leader of the pack, and he said that's the biggest mistake he made. He said people in Nigeria felt that all the other people retired. He retired a bunch of generals beside these other guys. They thought it was a plan, but he couldn't leave the vacuum in the military, so he left those few generals. Abacha was chief of defense staff.
I want wiki. See,
But guess what? When Abacha then took over, there was a general called Shola Williams. When they gave him join, he told them, "No, I don't want to join. We promised to turn over," and he retired right away himself. Abacha number 2 was a Yoruba general, General Dia. He became popular. Flamboyant. At the end of the day, Abacha grabbed all of them. Coup d'etat. They were found guilty. And they were found guilty. And do you know what head of tribunal?
No.
General Victor Malu.
Hey, Samuel Victor Malu.
When you watch the video, that's it. General Dia, he stand up. Charges for treason, guilty. Punishment by death. General this. I mean, 6 different generals. These were major general, lieutenant general. They were in jail waiting to be killed by Abacha died. But if you see them, they were looking at ordinary criminal. And this guy was number 2 to Abacha. You're looking at ordinary criminal.
I say we're in Nigeria. We're at the program there. They launched a book about Operation Liberty by Joshua Dongonyaro. So while we're there, the ambassador Tape, he mailed to meet this guy, and we met Dongonyaro. When we met him, we say we want to honor him. And they met to her. Say honor me with who? With Bakut? Who saw Morovia? I said I drew back smart. He said honor me with who? With Bakut? Who saw Morovia? Ambassador, you should know better than that. The guy got mad right away. He said, "What am I honoring him with?" The general in saw Morovia that he had to go rest to clean Morovia. Dongonyaro, man, what? I was like, huh?
Oh no, but Dongonyaro was a hard-nosed general. Dongonyaro and Abacha announced the coup that brought Babangida to power.
Yeah. They drove to Donan Barracks to announce that coup.
Yeah. Those guys.
Then you had the power. Or what other one?
Dongonyaro was the first commander. Don't have been killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they got to give the job to Quinu. Then they say, "What
I'm saying, if it was Dongonyaro, don't have been killed. The Northern Premier did about 10 you can do that to Dongonyaro. You can't do it.
But you know, from what I heard, right?
He drew a tailor. He said he wanted. Why he said he wanted the rebel to be?
It's just that the guy. I've been trying to bring on the show, but
so what he did? He was a nonsense general.
When Nigeria, I met this guy. I met Sally Thompson. I've been trying to get him on the camp, but the man said
he wanted rebel to be how many feet?
Because I was told the day before. Because what happened was, they were using Sally Thompson back and forth to go to Prince Johnson. They were communicating through him back and forth. But they said the day now was the day before Doe got captured. So they never came back. Went to the B Prince Johnson. Never came back. So it was like Doe were going to the port to meet with the force commander now with Quino. So he said because he cannot see the man. So, but by the time the guys in real that Doe had crossed Vitan, they were late. The guys then said no. The other president you try without fire, know that enemy zone you're going to, but it was late already. But then there's a guy told the guy said, he said that the president told them the eve of Doe capture. He said tomorrow I will bring somebody to here. He said tomorrow operation only special forces go on me. Nobody else go on me. And sure enough, the man went across. He said he drove. He went across. He came out with heavy speed. He got back. He got on the place there. The first person he said he killed the guy was called Myean, kind of Alfred Myean. He fight. I mean, why would the ECOMOG force sit down? The man enter the free port. And they all armed and they all ran on the gunboat.
I listened to his account, right? But I listened to one of the Connor account also. But also one of the guys that were deployed with Doe when they went there, that have joined in the ocean to swim across to go to West Point, where 2 that survived. One of them explained to us one other time.
Some survived.
Yeah, a few of them survived. They swam across. Now the point was that Doe himself blunder, and sometimes you see leaders when you tend to be powerful, sometimes you want to tend to be a weakling or you want to bosh. it becomes a problem. If you want to be Highlander, be a Highlander. And that's what strong leaders should do. When the thing happened, Prince Johnson had made a previous attempt to visit the barrack. Prince went to the BTC, he had taken almost 1,000 back arrests. 2 truck years after rest. Because they had sufficient, they had the port.
Yeah.
Most of the guys in the barrack were hungry, no food, they were running out of food. So when the thing happened, so Prince may have used this tactics, so I will engage again. So when he gave the fight, Sunday, he went for the first visit. This crime hunter at the time I would do the court today. They plan say, hey, that man is not friend.
We're not friend.
So the best we can do, we can kill him and then we'll run the port, then we'll get control of the place. And that was a brilliant idea. Because you had gotten rid of Prince Johnson at the time, you would have decapitated the whole institution. Then what you could have now to do, maybe the MPFL were going to run the place now. Eventually MPFL are going to take, then they could still be there doing that thing. Right? But he didn't listen. The making another visit, he thought it was cool. The drinking something, the guy, he said, man, he said about Prince Johnson. He said, we'll collaborate with Prince Johnson, we'll come here, I will make him vice president or defense minister, we'll fight it up. You smart, you crime man. That man a gear man. You know how to gear people. And listen, something I can be a friend when I see this. You know how the Myean hate you? You know how the Myean hate you to go take yourself and you say you're going to the mental. You stupid. He told him, man, and other things. One of the people that already died, people that raised to respect the then defense minister, that old puppy.
He died in 1992, eh?
He died right there.
Barclay.
Yeah, Barclay.
Burma Barclay Sr., yeah.
Burma Barclay. He died there. When the people explained the whole thing, he died there. There were 80+ persons that got killed along with Doe that day. Few escaped. Those few guys in our red team, and most of the guys that escaped were the Satu guys, and you had to swim this. They swam across the weapon how to survive. So when they arrived to the area, so the first thing they did was it was a blunder. When they arrived, and that was the guy said when this thing happened, and the few that survived, the one that had the tactical something there on their side, they managed to pull their way through, but it was late. They were well armed. When they reached there, the first thing, Prince Johnson came and told the men and say, we can't allow the armed men to enter the port, to the gate. Those men were armed to the teeth. Now, if they had remained armed that way, they wouldn't have been captured. No, they wouldn't have been captured. They didn't have the power to do that.
No, but ECOWAS was with this army Doe people then, because
but that's the stupidity on the part of Doe his people.
What is army my men for?
Yeah, as a Tomalin, I found an interview with one Nigerian general. He was number 2 to General Kwenu. He wrote an article about what happened that day.
Yeah.
They came, they told, I was just going over it. I got off the screen. Told they entered the port, and he was number 2 to Kwenu. So he said he saw through the window, he saw the convoy coming, the limousine with the Liberian flag, went downstairs, and they told those men, oh, you know, there's a peacekeeping ground. So 11 minutes later, and so Doe told a minute later,
Oh.
So guess what? He and Doe went upstairs.
Yeah,
he and Doe went, I would say the article, he and Doe went upstairs. And while he was upstairs, he was trying to contact General Kwenu. General Kwenu never responded to none of the call.
Look at that.
So while he and Doe were talking, then he heard shooting and he looked through the window. They were taking Doe men out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I look, somebody told him that Doe was upstairs with him. He even stood in front of the door to stop Prince Johnson, to stop the men there. And he said he found out it was a lost cause. He just moved away.
Yeah, he said in the article, he said,
I was saying the article, bro.
In that article, he said to many, he sat. Because when he went, he refused Doe, Prince Johnson entering the office with Doe.
Yeah.
Then Prince Johnson came back to him and said, if you can't come, then that means you're trying to challenge us. They said, whatever we'll do, Doe will do the same to you. Then he left, he said to himself, he said, should I do for this reason? Should I die for this main reason? I got my wife and children. He said, well, of course. Start to reflect. And then when they were on this, and he said, why not allowing him? He said, hey, conscience will not allow him to do that. Then in no time, I tell you to do it, you don't want to do it, I tell you to do it. And he's standing here, he's talking, I had a fire door on the phone. Bah!
Yep.
Yeah, at that moment, he said he felt that he didn't want to be mixed up into a crossfire. But my point to the whole thing, his narration, his narrative of that whole event, I don't have a problem with it. My problem is that, and thank God I don't want to be protecting Doe, because we all would have been killed. Why would a leader be that stupid to go in enemy zone and you disarm your men?
In the middle.
In the middle of that kind of war.
But that's we arranged that meeting with Doe to go to the port. We arranged that meeting.
I don't know too many. So now I sit down and
General, what the guy need who took off on Doe when he died? What the man name?
John Nimlin.
Nimlin never realized said the man gone. Said the man I passed Vata and said no.
But Tomalin, how did Prince Johnson know that Doe were in the port?
But Prince Johnson say ain't say that. What the man need? For the US embassy. And Prince Johnson call the man. I said answer that fool.
Is it tango?
It was crazy, man. It was crazy.
You know, so but and he knew that the police want him.
But when they asked the ECOWAS chairman about those, they don't the man said, Jawara, he said part of the ECOWAS peace plan. Can you imagine?
You know, I was thinking he was not tactical.
Yeah, but
it could be that thing will not happen to Gange.
No, Gange too smart.
So in the place you are president, you are playing what you should do. If I shoot back on the line, that's Safari. What I mean, they have some trapper all that place. Like you get take on your fly.
My man.
Hey, you want to leave? You want to leave? That's best to leave.
People from an standpoint, I would say people you going with the principle. Every 5 minutes we'll call your radio, you will get your update.
Yes.
Already. If I do it 2 times, I get response from you. We coming down there. You know what I mean? We coming down there.
But they put one from the mansion. They say, well, he said he can't do it. I can't find a person on you.
You know, he had a lot of options. Look at the back of that executive
power. He leave a mansion and go where? Power.
At the back of that executive marshal, and at the back of that executive marshal.
Hey, do I care?
There's a tenor on the area there. You can put a boat on to get out. Now, if you're president of a country and war coming, why you couldn't have some kind of a boat, top boat?
The man
now you could sail on to go places in different countries.
One part when I use the game through the back of the mansion, the man said no.
People, I think was simple. In and there, you go to Springfield, get one of those Cessna plane and fly to
Grand. I don't know why he messes up. You had everything with money. Why he messes up that way?
My man,
you never made a play on you. You didn't allow a block sucker to play on you, capture you, start playing on you that way. Telling you all kind of nonsense.
Yeah, but
I want to make very, you know.
I want to stop it, though.
Yeah.
Say you. Well,
I want them to say, you know me.
You're me.
Yeah, you're me.
And I'll tell us that is still up running.
I saw do that because that's my way. I saw a president. He said, hey, damn it. I said,
he said, my man, he said, you win. He said, I lost, you win. I agree, I lost, you win. You know, man, speaking in simple English, I lost.
My man, I don't watch that thing. I've never watched it though.
I didn't want to see it. The first time I saw it, I really cried for some reason. I was picking at the time, I cried.
I lived through dual presidency. I lived through a presidency, so I saw, so I got to know so good. I said, they powerful. My last
there's an era the man told him, man say, Prince, you know, when 2 men fight, the other one win, you win.
You win. Yeah, I didn't watch it, man. I thought he got my lesson. He said, you know, those say, God will be successful. I said, yeah, what? He said, God will be successful.
You win.
I thought he's appear.
Yeah. No, I can't.
That man got other men. The man got 1 year, but
and Prince, you're calling me here. Hey. Damn it.
And that got the EF team him to cry. That guy, too many. That man cried really cry with it. They were new. I say, then people celebrated Prince Johnson. People say, what. By the way, we're not going to judge him, but Prince Johnson deserves nothing whatsoever.
I mean, that man sent to the 8th grade. That's a joke.
And the man see up when they said they elected in our country and they were boasting of he producing president in the place. So this
is a joke. The man, he alone single-handedly, he decided 3 elections in Liberia. Yes, he gave Ellie second turn her. He had Boyka.
That why, and that's why when people go that travel route, I tell somebody, I say, I can be VAR I can be a Liberian and still maintain my identity, because that tribal thing has never helped us.
No, man,
and guess what? And guess what? The Kra and the Kio people, they live together more than any other group in Liberia.
But you know, Shafa, let me share some of you. We're on Dopoh Road, right? That day, I remember my first time seeing a case somebody there during the 1990 war. Now all the guys want to school in Nima, I never knew. But the guy was us, we were all into where they go. But then that day when the man come in the car, he started to run. The man attendant spoke to the dad and said that I said, you catch that man. Man, he got that fire in the man. He said the man all want to the man from Nima. He want to school in Allah, he wants to speak different language here. I said, oh, hey, I don't want to.
My man.
The man he bet the tree. He said, I said, what the people say in Gio? So they come in, he said the man that was king and boying. I said, what? Well, then that's about it at the graveyard, the whole graveyard.
Tomalin Tapeta. Tapeta was like a melting pot. Tapeta was a melting pot. You know what I mean? Okay, it used to be a vibrant city. You had a lot of people.
You're in Nima for that Nima Ray, you're 11.
No, I was there. I was there in Nima for Nima Ray and November 12.
Nima Ray all in the 80s.
Nima Ray was 83, November 12 was 85.
And that Juru steps on that one.
A nephew.
And then the other guy to General say he was calling to go kick back on the farm.
No, Captain Robert G said the superintendent.
He was crawling on the farm, go kick back like groundhog, and they kill him. But
Amen.
When they asked Kamara to go to say he might go to Peabody, he said I want to stay in the army in the barrack. He said no. They fired the man. When they fired the man, he moved on Kerry Street to his aunt's house. He did the English. He was there, but people were still visiting the man on the call. So those say, oh, let's have visit that man. Man said, you know what happened? I want to call short. Let me go in the man farm. Go on the farm now. He said, go kill the man.
Tony, military government is not a good thing.
No.
If you part of you lead, they'll try to hunt you.
Dude, military government is not a good thing. And especially our military government where people that were, like you can say, semi-illiterate, people were non-commissioned officers. I understand that were trained generals.
Yeah.
And a military man, when you're in charge, you dare to get command. Nobody question you. So you question that man. Look, when you read that book, Bamagida K, his own childhood friend. They grew up together, went to school together, joined the military together, they stood each other wedding. He executed that man.
What the guy needs
General Mama Vasa.
Mama Vasa, yeah.
He executed him. He executed that man in the coup, in a field coup. He tell you say, you know, you say in the book.
Oladipo, one general.
Oladipo Dia, that the one that survived Abacha. He was number 2 to Abacha. He tell you say in the military, you know, in the coup, there are 2 things: you successful, you enjoy it. You fail, the penalty at death.
Oh yeah, but that's a clear thing.
Dude, when people talking about military government, I'm like, bro, you gotta be careful. You can be civilian and be disciplined. You gotta be military to be disciplined. Those people are wired different.
Put away allow and announce man death. Is it put a guy king and she not gonna fire? No, allow and not a man death. You know you're gonna die now.
But look at 1981. Don't for PS you
got king and she not fire. I got Western. I only have that. Western came watching I game in Basso.
Picano, yeah.
I don't I got knee on a yellow car. The man stop carrying you that there all. The man coming is the man, the rest of the man. Man was saying, crowd was saying if I die for nothing. Man, they find him guilty. And before that, I was just forced, I was just lying was saying.
But I want to West what about Nelson Tour, about two, one of them was killed.
Yeah, Nelson Tour there.
And Nelson Tour.
The one man was crying. And that's what man,
Amen.
All that thing left to the way some of them to end up. Man, all of them play some nasty killing, man.
That's why I say, you know, the result cool now, good amount, especially non-commissioned officer. And we all on it here right now. We think we equal. Let's go station cool and people be in charge. We're not equal no more. People is the boss. The day I get me and people equal, I'll be a threat to people presidency. I'll be a threat to people position. You get rid of me.
And the problem is not I mean, I don't even want to get rid of you, but my other general come to chief. That man I something.
Yeah.
And so in the case, They will tell me the television say, "You finna get rid of that man." I mean, problem. You support it. You support it. I mean,
Blitzke and Sakara for no reason. Kill the man.
Yeah, and now his step brother.
Yeah, look at that.
My man, that thing is not good. It's I like you. It's not good.
So, gentlemen, our country today, right? I tell everybody now, we should pray that we should not start a war no more. Because if war enter abroad now, the way they put that the hatred in that country too much, people will die for no.
The reason why I can't go there now, because we tested it before. So
before it can't happen.
Nobody want it.
You can't fight civil war 2 times.
No. So some people got killed for what? They say, oh, that man, that one I get it, man, it gets a no. The man lost to the guy.
Oh yeah.
The guy don't want you. The guy lost to the man, so what? The man not locked there. So I kill the man for 1 minute. Man, I was nothing.
No, choose because you know when you talk about half-baked educated people again.
Hey,
military thing, I want to really confusion. Look, imagine you see something dope. So he saw Torgbean as a threat. Yeah, so, man, don't hunt us crowd. Half-baked people and get in power.
But guess what? They had a rumor actually. They say, oh, they know they cool. Although he was downstairs, we don't want to carry operation. It mean nothing. The man in charge right now. The man in charge. The man at the boss man. Why don't you carry operation? You let the people there. It mean nothing. Your man had to stay. He had to stay.
I say hi. When the coup ended, had Penu, Falavani, Samuel Do, all the guys. And look, Falavani died right here. They were accident. Funny accident.
Yeah.
You're not a bar man to begin a bar. You're too young to be bar.
Well, look at the guy there. Doe was a master scientist.
Was that accident orchestrated?
No. That what they said.
No, that man was drunk, man. Look at drunk and high.
I just swear Pewee. The ball wicked, so that's why I get the ball back. You got post where he played it. You're bow, he'll flog you in the public and flog you.
My man, do you know what a country will go through? You see everybody walking the street get fired, everybody walking the street with automatic rifle. You just wake up one day. Government change. Everybody walking the street with automatic rifle.
My man is enjoying in the pairs where they got J. Nicholas Podium. The man driving the cars with a real life Pewee. the man smoking a thing, my man. The boys are bluff. Hey, yeah. Boys are bluff. Hey, yeah.
And they have some of them that survived. Everything was on that.
Everyone fires too.
Abraham Cody, you know how they scare man. They sort of a lawyer.
Born with that.
That the PRC member that survived it, live long, they die. Abraham Cody
died.
Abraham Cody died more than Abraham Cody died. Yeah, he died.
What a man. And Batu in Liberia.
Abraham Cody died now almost 10 years ago, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but you see for the Abraham Cody there, they just stay, they lay their head down, they home nobody made no noise.
And they survive it all through.
It made no noise. Tomalin, look, if he
went back to Liberia before he died.
If you read other country military coup, you know what Federal Malu said? Federal Malu said he came to visit his friend. He slept at the guy house. The next morning, they in the mess hall, the man put the radio on. He said they play martial music. Hello? that day they came to Miami. Oh, he said, Pope came to Miami. Hello? After 30 minutes, the chief of staff on the radio said the rebellion been subdued. But he was staying with him. Man was part of that coup. That feel cool. Okay. He went back home the next day, put the TV on, you see a friend being executed. They had to carry him for questioning because he slept at the man's house. Military been anything that small thing?
Muhammad, yeah.
So can you imagine? Because he slept with that man's house that night. He went through 1 month of questioning. If anything I can't funny, you're not going to kill him too?
You're going to kill him.
I mean, that's not something to play with.
But look at this. When Taylor left, when that thing happened, when Taylor left the country that time, when the whole thing came about, when they said they were going to arrest Taylor in Accra.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When the first time, when that whole thing came, they tried to unleash the indictment.
Yeah.
When I was unfolding, when Benjamin Myean came and sacked this, after that they observed that there was some funny meeting being held. Yomi went to Azeve, and they were all on the JS. I mean, on the not JS. I will call it things with there on the soap cleaning road. as if they was not too far from Yomi when they said, "Oh, we're going to just shoot to have a discussion." But part of Taylor beginning of deploy, they said they observed that those men were playing. They were playing now to say, "Oh, they will make Moses Black president." Because at the time when that thing was happening, when Bernard Uton said Moses Black was planning now to go to Paul talking to when that thing happened, they had called Moses Black according to the story to the embassy, telling him he come to take over as president. But the African leaders, according to the African leaders came to say, no, we cannot allow a sitting president to come, particularly the Ghanaians. The Ghanaian president said at the time, Kufuor said, we're going to be a bad thing. And then the whole city at the time we were in Liberia, the city was just massive. And when you announced that thing that day, that there will be a military vibration if anybody were to attempt doing anything. I mean, speaking out English,
but guess what, people? Guess what? I sent Tomalin the book. There's a book called The Embassy. That whole scenario, that whole situation is in that book. The guy that wrote the book was American gas station.
What the people talking about?
Yeah, that American gas station at the embassy at that time.
Yeah.
And you'll be surprised, the ambassador was upset when they unsealed the indictment. The ambassador Blaney, he was upset. He was in Ghana, because he was in Ghana too when they unsealed the indictment. He was upset, and the embassy did send for Moses Black. They saw Moses Black. They saw Moses Black in the book on the instruction that. No, but he
didn't show loyalty there.
No, but in the book, according to the book, they call the embassy. Go on Amazon, it's on Amazon, the embassy. In the book, Moses Black was told that you guys got to maintain law and order here, and how you think got involved and won the radio talk about military vibration because and I had and through the American ambassador and ECOWAS, they said tell him I can't that night.
Yeah, but yes, what Moses Black himself now will position himself to be president. And where the problem? You remember when Taylor came back to the country to money? When Taylor had a press conference, Taylor said we have some weaklings among us.
Yep.
Oh yes.
So referring to Moses Black as the weakling, and you can remember Taylor said that Moses Black has Taylor he left the arrest nation, right?
Yeah.
He said it's not eventually the one they poking. Then they thought they poking, they're begging. He really said that Moses Black.
Moses Black, and he died with it up.
Yeah, he died. He died. He died. He died. Moses Black is dead now. But when Taylor had a press conference, said we have some weaklings among us. That's the case. And then when they found out that people that started meeting with Moses Black were John Yomi, according to their intelligence, John Yomi, Azive, and that when the thing happened when Taylor came back in no day, we heard that John Yomi and Azive got secretly killed. Yeah. They had corrected them from their home, and when they butchered them, nobody saw them, they butchered them. Damn it. Yeah, they butchered them.
I said, people look in the chat. Just look in the chat. I put an Amazon link there.
I will try to find out that book too if I can get it hacked up. I can get that had Taylor in there. Then, according to the story, one of the film meetings said Taylor told him, say the nonsense he did to do, you can never try to me. They said I had to do that. Taylor said Taylor beginning, but actually he and Azive got killed. Unfortunately, they got killed. But when Taylor returned to the country that night, because when the indictment was sealed that day. That indictment was sealed to money around 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Liberia. The whole crowd got gloomy. I can still remember.
They got on scene.
Very gloomy.
Civilian trouble. They say what?
And then the reason why the president of Ghana, Kufuor, actually moved quick, and they had to have special African. They were attending a ECOWAS conference anyway. They had to convene an immediate ECOWAS section. And the ECOWAS leader, they have to come together quick and say, no, we cannot set this precedent. Yeah. If you have to get him, it will be a different way. We cannot set this precedent. And then later on, the Ghanaian government announced that Taylor will be returning home. President Kufuor announced in Ghana. Because and the Ghanaian government also played a very diplomatic and tactical role because they had a lot of Ghanaian. The sentiments against Ghanaians started growing in Liberia. Remember, that's why they said, Malaysia minister moving towards West Point. You know what would have happened that day? If they said they would have arrested that man with thousands of people armed. You know what kind of thing that thing would have done in the country that day? With that kind of armed level of people in the country? It would have been very dangerous for our country and a lot of people. It would have been something. So that's why they kind of landed. Taylor returned that night. When Taylor returned that night from SKD, from the airport coming down the city, erupted. The human being that pulled out again. Then he came out, he said, oh, you were saying, but I knew from that, I knew from the beginning, I used to I said, this is the beginning of the end of Taylor. As this is the beginning of the end of the Iranian, how they call it, he call him, how they call him, he said, they were going to do that. This is the beginning of it. But I knew that was the beginning to the end of him. But when he said that day, he said, we got some cows. Weaklings. Moses Blah. And eventually, so Taylor didn't.
So there's a part in the book, the guy said, they did an indictment when they only see the indictment in Ghana, you were driving around Morea. Then the beginner was saying, no pape, no Morea.
Our incident.
They got a code here. A pape in count, blow with waste.
Is it surveillance trouble? They begin also nothing that day. But what Taylor came out, hey, did you work on the massacre people like crazy?
The book is, what is the name of the book?
The embassy.
Just the embassy?
Yeah. If you click the link at the embassy by Dante Paradiso, you were one of the, I think you were political advisor or military attaché at the embassy in 2003 there.
Is it the story of war and diplomacy?
Yep, that is.
Okay.
I'm on Amazon.
And if you read that book, I won't call it neither. One of our Liberian brother that was working at the embassy did a very good job there. He was even honored by the State Department. The guy a picture on the State Department Hall of Fame.
Wow.
And that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
How much for that book? Amazon right now.
That boy at $4. $4. I think about $4, right?
No, you have to $25.
Oh, okay. I think that the soft copy, I got a Kindle one.
Okay. Yeah, the hardcover. The hardcover back, $25. I mean, all right. I got some deep account of it about the story in our foot because we have know how people are in the system they explain, but I won't read it. I won't read it its perspective and see it. It's at
when you read a book, Tomalin, Don Rumsfeld had convinced Bush that they might close the embassy down Liberia, no interest.
For true?
Yeah, read that book. He said we got troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. We can't do no operation in Liberia.
Look at that.
You read that book.
That puppy there, all them for wait, fun looking set. Yeah, they
Robin, today what? Today 15, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would take it. Arriving on the 18 here. I would take it.
Let me get it to me. Amazon.
You know, but a lot of things actually unfolded. But again, the country is. All right, my gentlemen.
Yeah,
I will call it a night.
Good day, man. Very good day. Good night. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Good. I mean, good interview with the police chief and his team. I mean, these guys signed a. I mean, let me be honest. These guys, they are real professionals.
Yeah.
They are real professionals.
But it's like that. More on the FBI Academy. I think Gregory came to what? He came to Harvard, right?
Yeah, these guys are real professionals. And my man, police job a hard job anyway, especially in a high-hit country.
Man, I sat down with the guys and one time I was having a breakfast with them. I mean, for the time I was sitting there, they bring it up. I said, he said, won't forget it. I said, when do you sleep? He said, in the afternoon time, early morning hour, like around 11, 12, I take my sleep. What? Oh, guys. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, the man you read a book, the man trying to contact Benjamin Yeten, but nobody in the embassy get Yeten number.
Yeah, nobody get number.
No, that books you have, right? 2 books. What I want the embassy what?
No, that book that the embassy I want to put there.
Okay, let me get it.
Read it. It's a very good book.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, gentlemen.
So who we got tomorrow? We got a CMC political leader.
Well, he hasn't responded yet, but I hope I know to respond. I'm on fire.
The man traveling. You have picture of the man getting to the airport. He going away to America.
Who? Coming for
Musa.
Private jet.
He traveling?
Yeah, he going away here.
Is it a man coming back to private jet?
Well, I see man this time by Musa Benete. I joined Musa.
So where you buy the private jet for the fly away in Liberia?
Was that I get money to buy private jet?
Make a you talk, I kind of show.
I mean, I get money to buy private jet. Private jet
now. Stop it. Hey, I mean.
So money. You want free Musa money now?
Amen.
I have money, guy. We got. You know, I tell me private jet.
Wolf. You know me, Wolf.
Tomalin.
I get money to buy private jet. Musa got money. I get money to buy private jet.
Stop it.
Tomalin. It's easy to just rent it and use it than to own it.
Yeah, you know to buy private jet.
That's why I get a money, get him in a jet. We know.
You know what? Do you know why most of this celebrity can go broke? Because of the thing there.
Yeah, man. Go play for the Arab pool there. You know, John Arab play, and I want
to. Listen, but you don't compare Musa with Trump. Trump's a billionaire.
Okay. Yeah, but Musa a millionaire now.
No, but Musa not a millionaire.
Trump owns a plane. Trump owns a plane. Every time I plane on the ground, you pay every day because you got to be stored somewhere. And not back to your house. The people that fly in the plane, you can just pick up pilot any day. So that full-time pilot, you get on payroll. Then you need people to maintain the plane. I mean, that's... But you flying every day. When Musa get the plane, you fly from Springfield or Saturday.
I can't show you. Tell wait, plane. You tell me the plane. Musa come in. And I'm far. Musa come in tell the plane.
You'll be like Nigeria. Yeah. I mean, that's not my money. So...
I don't want speculation. Musa would not buy.
I got it. The last day.
I'm sure that people are a lot, but you don't have
a lot of confidence. They say,
if Musa say when you put it behind plane, you don't want to waste it now because then you go broke.
Maybe flying the region, go to Europe and go to Kamara.
When Musa flying, where he enjoying his business class and other things is order for him, you go pay 6, 7, 8,000, 5,000 in flight.
Yeah, get probably with John CNC now. We're right now private on the world.
Well, good Lord.
I'm gonna put Musa, you go put a lot of money for money buy like a benefit of money. Yeah, can they study there? They go like brother.
What I got?
I mean, they're lost.
Lost.
No, 2011 election, man. I mean,
where security behind? Garguah guys, you can't got me.
Hey, you know, sometimes I know why people do that to impress Liberian people.
No, but say what? I'm sure, right? If I have money, trust me. How long it take? You take some of the boys in from the private security right here that they job where they paying them. So when they begin $15 an hour, you take the guy say, look, oh, you take the body, you put in, man, looking knife where body, you put in that something. Oh man, you can't bro. You put the what? Those that American put that.
But let me tell you something.
I never knew, right? There's a guy. I never knew. The guy was behind Costa. I thought say that American guy. I said, no, the American man. And I said, oh, for you? The guy big, my man. Could I get my camera like bro? I said, what? It was my man. It was a man. Could I get American and bodyguard here? I said, I'm an American man. And I said, for you? I never knew.
But let me tell you something. They feel they in Liberia. Some Liberian woman in Liberia, she was there visiting.
Yeah. Woman.
They call her Dr. Vicky Gray.
Yeah.
And she said she's the biggest show eater in Liberia. Everywhere she go.
I sent me a video. I said, "More calling crowd."
I like, what kind of country they had an award there. They gave award they call Humanitarian of the Year.
Look at that. You just when I one time they give that award.
Humanitarian, yeah. So then they interview her. They say compliment of the season. She know what to say.
But they say one book one like why they call him Speed. Why any Speed? One blogger going like bro. I know that wrote about him.
Okay, I know that one.
Yeah, some Speed.
I mean, they were too funny. I said, what kind of country they do? They arrive here today.
Calling her and show it that.
She care her son. She driving Maserati. The son holding a goat like pet. Say, I'm the biggest show eater in Liberia. I said, what's this?
That country, everybody be important people here. Just do small thing. You get t-shirt, carry about 1,000 t-shirts divided. You got me
so we're going to money to competition you to run for office.
But I think the fun now. After I bury my uncle, we have a family visit to the house there. Hello, somebody came. Man, the people won't bring. I say a bigger. I give a better bigger. No man, what's you want to? But you, a bigger.
The petition, you know, happy.
He pay the mark when he say, yeah, I beg you, yeah. Then you cry away, yeah. It's okay. The Jersey country. Look, you go China, you face teacher. Teacher, it's very cheap. Maybe you pay, maybe first time teacher, you pay about 10,000 or 8. Now people let teacher belly. You let teacher belly in that country.
Don't the next election.
Yeah, and bring it.
The next election, I carry teacher machine. I will be in a room and get me making t-shirt.
No, and suppose wear t-shirt there. As I say, where they put this about you? See what that? Right, what's that? You tell the man, he said, you want it, I get it. He said, I said, oh my teacher wearing it. You tell the person, wait, we talking so. The boy don't have teacher wearing. The boy wearing a t-shirt wear. So now you say you for the party, but when a party t-shirt, he pass around. I think where all that country, but that brother 20 country.
Yeah, man.
Good night, gentlemen. Good night, man. Tomorrow, let's do this again.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small that road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.